Good morning, everyone. Welcome. Sorry we had a little delay. We had a DIT issue with the live stream, but we're up and running now, so everybody is worldwide when you speak. So make sure you speak into the microphone when we do have that happen. I'm going to ask Mr. Dong, before we start, to please read the docket.
Mr. Chairman and other members of the Commission, this is the application of Blue Granite Water Company for approval of an adjustment in rate schedules and an increase in rates, docket number 2019-290-WS. Mr. Chairman and other members of the Commission, the docket's in order.
Thank you. We'll take appearances now, and I'll just call the roll from that. Go to the company.
Mr. Chairman, Frank Ellerby, and with me is Sam Welburn, the Robinson Gray Law Firm. We're representing Blue Granite today. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome. 40 Love.
My name is Laura Valtorta. I'm the attorney for the 40 Love Point Homeowners Association.
Thank you. Welcome, Ms. Valtorta. Building Industry Association. Department of Consumer Affairs.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. I am Carrie Gruby-Liebarker, the Administrator and Consumer Advocate at the Department of Consumer Affairs. With me today are Assistant Consumer Advocates Becky Dover and Roger Hall, and outside counsel Richard Witt of Witt Law Firm.
Welcome. Thank you. Town of Irmo.
My name is Jake Moore, and I represent the town of Irmo, South Carolina.
Welcome. Thank you. Mr. Knowlton.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Commission. I'm Jim Knowlton. I'm serving as an intervener from Fort Mill from the Foxwood subdivision.
Thank you. Welcome. Mr. Dover.
Mr. Chairman and the Commission, thank you very much for having us here. Stephen Dover, I'm also representing Foxwood Subdivision in Fort Mill, South Carolina.
Thank you. Welcome. York County.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. Michael Kendry, representing York County.
Thank you. Welcome. Welcome. Office of Regulatory Staff.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the Commission. Representing the Office of Regulatory Staff is myself, Andrew Bateman. Along with me this morning is Mr. Chris Huber and Mr. Alex Knowles. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome. Okay. I think some of you have requested an opening statement. And I think everybody's been told that, opening statements basically are not testimony, and we would like to keep them as brief as possible so we can get into the meat of this this hearing. We'll offer it to everybody since so nobody will be left out in case you do want to, but we certainly want to remind everyone we want it 5 minutes or less. 2 minutes or less is even better. Blue Granite.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the Commission. We're here representing Blue Granite Water Company. That's a new name, and you'll be meeting you'll be seeing testify before you a new management team today. We are asking for rates in this case that will produce sufficient revenues so that that new management team can meet its obligations, the company's obligations to provide safe and reliable service to Blue Granite customers. Y'all know that that's what the law requires. The company has to have sufficient revenues, sufficient rates to give it an opportunity to recover its expenses, its prudently incurred expenses, and an opportunity to earn a reasonable rate of return on its investment. We believe that you'll agree with us that the proposed rates that we've asked y'all to approve meet that standard. I'm going to mention very briefly 3 issues, just to highlight 3 issues. There are more than that in the case, but one of them is we're asking you as part of this rate case to approve a pass-through mechanism that will be a way that the company can, on a regular basis, outside of a full-blown rate case, pass through the increases in wholesale water costs and wholesale sewer treatment costs that are passed on to the company from its suppliers. We think that if people have made some objections, we've made changes in our testimony, modified to try to address those things. The consumer advocate has indicated that they are satisfied with the changes that we've made, and they now support the mechanism. ORS continues to oppose it. We believe you'll agree with us that it's a good idea. Two other issues quickly. There's a water loss issue. ORS has taken a position that we think is arbitrary and unreasonable position and is not good regulatory policy and will not send the right signal to the company. The third final issue that I'll mention relates to the company's decision made by that new management team exercising business judgment to relocate its office. ORS disagrees with their business judgment. We believe the ORS position is not well-founded, it's not supported by precedent from this commission, and that you should reject their position and allow the company to recover the expenses associated with the new office. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Ms. Valtorta.
Yes, good morning. 40 Love Point really appreciates the opportunity to intervene here, and I simply wanted to touch on some of the issues that affect us directly. One, first of all, if you look at the water distribution costs and the sewage collection costs, which are what affect our neighborhood, we would be paying about $70 on average more per household just for these services. That's on top of the approximately $150 per month that we pay now. Also, there's an issue involving cleaning the Let's tanks. That's paragraph 24. There's no cap on this, and it would allow Blue Granite to come in and clean out our Let's tanks. They could charge us $400. I mean, that's a cost that I've heard mentioned before, and we would have no control over that. There's now a cap of $150 on that. Also, we oppose the pass-through mechanism that just allows Blue Granite to raise the prices with a cost without a proper hearing, because we find that these hearings are beneficial to us in expressing what's going on in the neighborhood. And in addition, we have another issue, which is recently we've tried to establish a restroom for our common area, and we're being way overcharged for that. The last price I heard was about $2,500 when it should be the cost of a regular hookup like for a house. It's just a restroom. And so that is an issue that we're facing, and we really can't afford these cost increases. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Department of Consumer Affairs.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We have no opening statement. We're just happy to be here representing consumers' interests in this matter.
Thank you, ma'am. Town of Irmo.
Mr. Chairman and members of the commission, thank you for allowing us to be here. I would also like to thank you for having taken the time to visit with the town of Irmo. I know all of you came, and I think you spent about 3 hours listening to the citizens, and that was greatly appreciated by us. The prior rates which have been set, Blue Granite, we understand, has had 2 increases in the last 5 years. And in the past, my understanding is that rates have been set based upon a number of things, some of which includes maintenance cost. What appears to have happened is that instead of taking part of the prior rates for maintenance costs, the maintenance of the system in Irmo has been neglected, and apparently the money has been taken and spent other places. So what you have here is a situation where the Blue Granite is attempting to have the ratepayers pay for the sins of the past. We are delighted to hear they have a new management team. That's a good thing. But the ratepayers have already paid to maintain these lines. Now what we're being told is the lines need major maintenance because they haven't been maintained. And what that basically means is they've been neglected. And they've been neglected by virtue of the fact that the money which has been paid to maintain them hasn't been spent to maintain them. So basically the ratepayer, we think, is being asked to pay twice for the exact same thing. In Irmo, the rate increase will drastically impact the quality of life as well as property values in our area. In Irmo, the Blue Granite and its predecessor used to function with a curtained treatment system, which all of you are familiar with. But that now has been changed. The curtained system has now been closed, and Blue Granite has contracted with the City of Columbia to handle the effluent, which we think is a good thing. But from our understanding, Blue Granite is being charged a per gallon rate to treat the effluent. What they're in effect doing now is charging a flat rate to the customers. So while they're being charged a per gallon rate to treat it and take it, they're charging the citizens a flat rate. Well, what that means is, let's just take a shut-in who might be in her house one day a month and might flush the toilet once. She is being charged the exact same thing as a person with a 10,000 square foot house with 10 kids. That, we believe, is discriminatory. It is certainly not fair to the older people and to people who are on fixed incomes. We really have a problem with the flat rate, especially when the amount of the flat rate is so out of control and inconsistent with what other providers in our area are charging. This sewage rate that they're trying to place onto the folks at the town of Irmo is seriously out of line with what other people in the area are charging for the exact same service. In the Irmo situation, all they do is collect the effluent into the pipes which are there, transport it, and bill it. And they have a responsibility to maintain, but they are collecting, transporting, and billing. One of the other things that seriously concerns us is...
Mr. Moore is testifying. This really isn't an opening. This is testimony, and Irmo doesn't have a witness in the case.
I'm simply, I expect and hope that the cross-examination I am able to do will bring out some of this, and...
That will be the appropriate time, too.
And my understanding is, and I could be wrong, Mr. Ellerby can correct me if I'm wrong, but my understanding is that the testimony that was received from the citizens of the town of Irmo is all part of the record in this case, and all is basically in the record. So I think everything I'm saying is already factually in the record. And if I'm incorrect, I'm certain he will tell me, but am I not correct that the testimony from the citizens is in the record? Thank you, sir. The other problem we have is that the town of Irmo, Blue Granite in Irmo has a non-regulated, what they call operator, with whom they contract. We think there is a very close relationship between Blue Granite and its non-regulated operator. We have no idea how that operator bills, but we do know this: that operator does operate the system for Blue Granite, sends Blue Granite the bill, they pay their operator and charge us a 10% surcharge on top of that. We think there are some serious questions about who this operator is, what the relationship is between this operator, how those charges are set, and how those rates are basically passed on to the citizens of the town of Irmo. I have spoken much longer than I meant to. I do seriously appreciate the opportunity to be here with you this week, and I thank my friend Mr. Ellerby for his comments, and I look forward to working with him this week.
Thank you.
So much.
Mr. Knowlton.
Thank you again to all of you. For many years now, I have been watching the public comments, and I have attended several of these hearings as an intervener. And anyone who has been to the Public Commission site has seen for year after year after year the comments about this company. And I don't think that new management is going to change the tail that follows the dog. However, time will tell. In any case, regardless of whatever the numbers are, it seems very clear to me that no company should need these kinds of numbers, regardless of how they justify them. In the public interest, no company can sustain this sort of practice on a moral term. I would just like to say that there has been strong legal precedent for what they do, and they talk about this fair profit. But the indication, the long decades of track record from consumers alike is that this company is the bane of existence to both the public and the private sector of the state of South Carolina. I hope that the Commission will have mercy on the consumers of this state. In West Africa, there's a proverb. They say, that means the hound is tired, the hare is tired. We don't know which one is going to stop running first. I pray that it won't be the hare that loses its life in this case.
Thank you. Mr. Dover.
Commission, thank you again for allowing us to be here before you to present this. I am a minister of the gospel of Jesus Christ. I'm a pastor, and for me to get up here in 2 to 5 minutes to present to you guys as an opening statement is a challenge by itself. So I'm going to do the best I can. I'm going to reference a few biblical scenarios. Number one, on the Sermon on the Mount, Jesus said, "Blessed are the peacekeepers." I'm here to try to bring peace to a situation that, at least within my neighborhood, is going to, if this were to go forward, if this money matter were to err in their favor, it's going to make a lot of unrest in my neighborhood. The elderly people that is represented, the young families that are represented, our neighborhood in Fort Mill, we live in a great community of Fort Mill that is growing and booming, but our neighborhood is a lower-end community. It is lower-end housing. It is older houses, and so therefore, people who are already on tight budgets are moving in or living in this neighborhood, those on fixed incomes, and for there to be any type of rate hike is going to affect us, and it's going to be very unsettling. A couple things I want to mention. Number one, the moral and the morale of this is very disheartening. The Bible is there to, whether or not you're a believer or not, gives us morals for us to follow. And those morals helps in our morale, in our humanity. And when our morale is being attacked because of what seems to be somewhat just a little, how can I put this without being offensive, but it's offensive that they would ask more money again, and it hurts our morale in our neighborhood and our people. Another thing is, Paul says that just because something is permissible does not mean it's beneficial. There's going to be a lot of what sounds permissible. There's going to be great. They're going to present a great case, and I know they are. I've already read through their stuff, and it's beyond my capacity. And I know you guys are going to be able to look at it and you're going to look at it and say, wow, we can permit this, but truly, what is the benefit of it? Who's it going to benefit? It'll benefit them, but it will hurt the public. It'll hurt us. It'll hurt the people who actually, in turn, pays for that, and then eventually it will hurt them. They may not realize it. And then lastly, I'd like to ask this is, if we don't stand up for what is right and what is just, we as the public, you guys as the commission, there's a story in there that talks about talents, where 3 individuals were given a lump sum of money. 2 individuals doubled their money that was given, and they were rewarded. The 3rd individual was given a talent, and he buried it. When he brought it to his master, and the master looked at the talent and said, "What have you done with it?" "I kept it for you." That's not what the master was looking for. In this case, I'm the master. I'm the one that's paying these bills. And I've had to endure horrific price for water and sewage. And I'm asking, what have they done with it? So there's 3 questions here that needs to be answered from me as a consumer. What morale is going to come out of this? What talents has been entrusted, and what have they done with it? And what truly is beneficial out of all this? Thank you guys for your time.
Thank you, sir. York County.
Thank you for the opportunity. Very briefly, the 2 points of principal concern to York County are the pass-through mechanism. York County has legislatively frozen any increase in rates through 2026. We believe a pass-through that harmonizes or averages increases from other jurisdictions, at least for the next 6 years, will be particularly inequitable to York County if other increases across the board are applied to the citizens of York County. Secondarily, we look forward to seeing you all in York County after this hearing is completed. We're sorry you weren't able to attend due to the weather. However, we anticipate some of the concerns that will be expressed by the citizens of York County will be similar to public hearings in the past. And to that end, we think the concerns, or the overwhelming number of concerns that are expressed, have weight and significance for this commission, and that the opportunity for a profit does not make it automatic, and that those concerns of the citizens be weighted into your deliberations in considering any increase that ipso facto gives a profit versus simply just analyzing expenses for what they are and how they've been used in the past. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. ORS.
Good morning, members of the commission. So there's a palpable tension between the perspective of customers that you've all heard at the night hearing and the perspective of the company that you've heard in Mr. Ellerby's opening and that you've heard or read through the testimony. Customers are concerned about affordability. They're concerned about their choice. And the company is concerned about recovering the money that it spends. And you've heard them lay out their plans, their great expectations for going forward. With those great expectations, I think, comes great responsibility. And with responsibility comes accountability. That accountability is what ORS is recommending to the commission. So I'll just briefly touch on 3 of ORS's recommendations. These are the same that you heard Mr. Ellerby lay out. First, non-revenue water. So since the last rate case, Blue Granite has invested a lot of money in its system. Water loss has gotten worse. Simultaneously, the cost of third-party purchased water has exploded. It's a difficult situation. But the company's proposal to recover all of its non-revenue water costs, to eliminate the commission's existing 10% threshold, and to work on proposing some key performance indicators, which it has not proposed in this case, doesn't help to make the situation better. Second, I want to hit the pass-through mechanism, the annual rate adjustment mechanism. It's not a pass-through mechanism, as you'll hear in our witness's testimony. This mechanism would allow the company to recover going forward its non-revenue water, all of its non-revenue water costs from its third-party providers, and it proposes to implement this change in rate design without having conducted a cost of service study to lay the groundwork for that change. Finally, on the office upgrades, Blue Granite has spent $500,000 to upgrade its new office space in Greenville, which it requests to recover from customers. ORS has no problem with the company putting its offices where it wants, but when ORS asked the company to state the benefit to its customers of the new office upgrades, the company stated a net cost. Again, with great expectations comes great responsibility. The company has got to explain the benefit to its customers of its expenditures, and if it can't do that, it has to be prepared for shareholders to cover those costs. So with that, wrapping up, Blue Granite has big plans. Whatever its plans, whatever it does, it's got a duty to minimize its cost to its customers, and its customers have a right to demand accountability from the company. The Commission can provide and should provide that accountability by setting just and reasonable rates and standards, and ORS submits that its recommendations will allow the Commission to do this. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. That's everyone. Anything else of a preliminary matter that we need to do? Okay, then, whoops, my phone just said it didn't understand me. I was timing all you people just to make sure. Let's go ahead with the company and present your case.
Mr. Chairman, the company would first call Mr. Don Denton and Bryce Mendenhall. Good morning, Mr. Denton. We'll start with you. Would you please state your name for the record?
Is that on? Donald Hemphill Denton III.
And by whom are you employed and in what capacity?
Blue Granite Water Company is president.
Did you prepare or cause to be prepared 23 pages of direct testimony that was pre-filed with the Commission in this proceeding?
Yes.
I've asked you the same questions that were contained within your pre-filed direct testimony this morning. Would your answers be the same?
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, I would ask that Mr. Denton's pre-filed direct testimony be entered into the record as if given orally from the stand.
Mr. Denton's pre-filed direct testimony will be entered into the record as though given orally from the stand.
Thank you. And Mr. Denton, did you also prepare or cause to be prepared 11 pages of rebuttal testimony that was also pre-filed with the Commission?
Yes.
And if I asked you the same questions that were contained within your pre-filed rebuttal testimony this morning, would your answers be the same?
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, I will also ask that Mr. Denton's pre-filed rebuttal testimony be entered into the record as if given orally from the stand.
Mr. Denton's pre-filed rebuttal testimony will be entered into the record as though given orally from the stand.
Thank you. Mr. Denton, would you please provide a summary of your pre-filed testimony to the Commission at this time?
In my direct testimony, I provide an overview of Blue Granite's requested rate increase. My testimony also provides an overview of the company's vision, mission, our performance, and our continued efforts to increase customer engagement in South Carolina. Blue Granite filed this application for a rate increase to support investments made to benefit our customers and to recover increases in expenses from third-party service providers. Since the company's last rate case, Blue Granite has invested approximately $23 million in its water and wastewater systems in order to better serve its customers. These investments were necessary to, one, end the legal discharge of fully treated wastewater from the Friarsgate Wastewater Treatment Facility into the Saluda River, 2, improve the water quality for customers receiving water from Stonegate's well water system. 3, ensure the sustainable provision of water to customers previously served by the failing Shandon wells. 4, support the growing Lake Wiley River Hills community through the addition of a secondary water connection. And 5, maintain and improve a number of wastewater collection systems across the company's footprint. In addition, this rate increase is necessary because the company has been subject to increases of approximately $4.7 million from third parties from which Blue Granite purchases water and wastewater treatment services. These cost increases are not controlled by Blue Granite, make up a significant portion of the company's annual O&M expense, and are necessary to the provision of the service for which for Blue Granite's customers. In order to timely recover these costs in the future without having to go through a rate case, we requested approval of an annual pass-through mechanism, which Mr. DeStefano discusses in greater detail. My testimony also provides some insight into the company's strategic plans. Approximately 2 years ago, the company took a hard look at its performance and decided to make some significant changes in terms of personnel, capital budgets, infrastructure investments, and operating processes in order to substantially improve Blue Granite's performance in these and other areas. These efforts are underway and will continue. The performance improvements will take several years of sustained focus and investment. However, to date, we have implemented a number of changes and made a number of improvements to our company and our systems for the benefit of our customers. These include nearly tripling the level of annual capital investment in our infrastructure, hiring talented and experienced operations and management personnel, implementing a new operations management system, reorganizing our reporting structure, adopting standard operating procedures, instituting an incident command structure for storm response, setting up centralized procurement processes, implementing an online customer portal and app that allows customers to pay bills and check consumption online, instituting a community engagement and philanthropy plan, and implementing customer workshops throughout the state to provide regular in-person opportunities for customers to meet with the company personnel about rate, billing, and customer service questions. On the infrastructure side, we've been engaged in a number of projects, including completing the interconnection with the Shandon and Carrollton Place systems, converting the Stonegate well water system to a purchased water system through interconnection with the City of Columbia, constructing a wastewater lift station at the Friars Gate wastewater treatment plant and interconnecting that system with the City of Columbia, completing an additional water system connection with the City of Charlotte, completing a series of wastewater collection system improvement projects, constructing a new lift station in the 40 Love subdivision, and completing the installation of advanced metering infrastructure in the Lake Wiley water system. Each of these investments and improvements helps us better serve our customers. Water supply and quality are improved, environmental compliance is improved, internal awareness of the company's maintenance and investment needs is improved, and communications and customer experience are improved. We will have a lot of work ahead of us, but we are proud of the steps we've taken so far to improve the operations of the company and improve the company's status as a citizen of the state. In the rebuttal testimony, the purpose of my rebuttal testimony is to address certain issues raised by ORS, the Consumer Advocate, and other interveners, specifically the Greenville office upfit costs, employee service award costs, and the company's use of the Charlotte interconnection. With respect to the with respect to the Greenville office upfit costs, our position is simple. The company requires a headquarters office, and as long as the costs of this office are reasonable, they should be reflected in rates. We strongly believe in the decision to relocate our headquarters office from an industrial park to an urban office setting, which was a reasonable business decision made with the long-term interest of customers in mind. This decision included an evaluation of the strength of the Greenville labor market, which has a relatively large workforce and expected strong population growth. We believe these demographics will help us as we face the need to add new employees, and the move has in fact already yielded the intended benefits of attracting new talent. The company would necessarily incur upfit costs whether it relocated within the Columbia, West Columbia, Greenville, or other location. The relevant question is whether the associated office upfits are reasonable. Virtually all the costs at issue were necessary to making the office space ready for work. These costs including putting up drywall, installing electrical and telecommunications lines, painting, purchasing desks, all the things necessary to efficiently work in an office space. A functional headquarters office space is necessary for our employees to provide utility service, and the associated costs should be reflected in rates. As I discuss in my testimony, third-party benchmarking information also supports the reasonableness of the upfit costs. As related to the Charlotte water connection, I'm aware of no requirement that would limit the company's use to only times of emergency. The company is using the Charlotte interconnection as its least cost supplier to the extent the system will allow. Finally, while York County expresses concern about the rate increase and states that it has suspended its own rate increases, my testimony notes that part of the reason the company has had to make this filing is due to previous rate increases enacted by York County that have not yet been incorporated into the company's rates to its customers. While I agree with the county that these costs can be difficult for customers, it's important to understand that these costs originate from counties and other third-party service providers and are simply being passed along to Blue Granite's customers with no markup. This concludes my testimony summary.
Thank you, Mr. Denton. Mr. Mendenhall, would you please state your name for the record? Oh, actually, your microphones.
Jonathan Bryce Mendenhall.
And by whom are you employed and in what capacity?
Blue Granite Water Company Vice President of Operations.
And did you prepare or cause to be prepared 17 pages of pre-filed direct testimony?
Yes, sir.
If I asked you the same questions that were contained in your pre-filed direct testimony this morning, would your answers be the same?
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, I would ask that Mr. Mendenhall's pre-filed direct testimony be entered into the record as if given orally from the stand.
Mr. Mendenhall's pre-filed direct testimony will be entered into the record as though given orally from the stand.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Mendenhall, did you also prepare or cause to be prepared 15 pages of rebuttal testimony that was pre-filed with the Commission?
Yes.
And if I asked you the same questions that were contained within your pre-filed rebuttal testimony this morning, would your answers be the same?
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, I would ask that Mr. Mendenhall's pre-filed rebuttal testimony also be entered into the record as if given orally from the stand.
Mr. Mendenhall's pre-filed rebuttal testimony will be entered into the record as though given orally from the stand.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Mendenhall, did you also prepare or cause to be prepared one exhibit that was attached to your pre-filed rebuttal testimony?
Yes.
Do you have any changes to that rebuttal exhibit at this time?
No.
Mr. Chairman, I would ask that Mr. Mendenhall's pre-filed rebuttal exhibit be entered into the record as the first hearing exhibit.
Well, it'll actually be hearing exhibit number, Mr. Mendenhall's exhibit will be entered as hearing exhibit number 11.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Mendenhall, would you please provide a summary of your pre-filed testimony for the Commission at this time?
Yes. The purpose of my direct testimony is to explain the drivers of the rate increase request, discuss the decommissioning of certain assets, explain the Midlands contract with Clearwater Solutions, discuss the proposal regarding solids interceptor tanks, and explain the company's efforts in various areas of improvement. Blue Granite has invested approximately $23 million in its water and sewer systems since the conclusion of its last base rate case, which is the main driver of this rate increase request. These recent capital investments include, number one, the Shandon Interconnect Project, in which the Shandon and Carrollton Place systems were interconnected to satisfy demand generated by Shandon customers and remove the need for stopgap measures. Number two, the Stonegate Interconnect Project, in which the Stonegate well water system was converted to a purchased water system by interconnecting with the City of Columbia and decommissioning the existing facilities. Number three, the Friars Gate Wastewater Interconnect Project, in which wastewater from Friars Gate Wastewater Treatment Plant was diverted to the City of Columbia's Metro Wastewater Treatment Plant for treatment and discharge, intended to end discharges into the Saluda River. Number four, the Lake Wiley Charlotte Water System Connection Project, in order to provide increased flow and an additional source of water supply for the growing Lake Wiley River Hills community. And five, a series of wastewater collection system improvement projects in which CCTV inspections, cleanings, and CIPP or cured in place pipe and line replacements were completed. These collective projects have a positive impact on customers by improving water quality, pressure and reliability, and help to address I&I issues. My direct testimony provided further detail regarding several aspects of the decommissioning of the Friarsgate wastewater treatment plant. Just prior to final decommissioning on December 13th, 2019, the Midlands area received a massive and historic amount of rainfall, resulting in 2 sanitary sewer overflows. The company's operators acted quickly and were able to complete the decommissioning on December 20, 2019. My direct testimony also described the reasons for the company's recent execution of a contract with Clearwater Solutions for the Midlands area, and also explained the long-term plan for utilization of the company's in-house operators. I also discussed that Blue Granite seeks the ability to recover the actual cost associated with pumping and cleaning a customer's solids interceptor tank. My direct testimony also described the installation of AMI meters in the Lake Wiley River Hills water system, which improves customer service. I also discussed the company's investment in its operations management system and the company's efforts to address non-revenue water. Rebuttal testimony. My rebuttal testimony responds to the issues related to non-revenue water, storm reserve fund, Let's tank pumping charges, and customer service. I firmly disagree with ORS's proposal to disallow recovery of purchased water expenses and purchased water deferrals of non-revenue water levels greater than 10%. First, 5 of the systems were supplied by company wells during the 12-month period, so a portion of the non-revenue water did not originate from purchased water. Second, the AWWA has rejected the use of one-size-fits-all threshold for disallowing recovery of non-revenue water expenses. As suggested by the AWWA, ORS's proposed 10% threshold is arbitrary and has no rational basis. The company is currently implementing AWWA recommended measures against non-revenue water and should not be penalized based on an arbitrary threshold. A more reasonable approach would be to set goals for each system and evaluate the company's efforts towards reducing non-revenue water. This is the approach recommended by the AWWA. Establishing an arbitrary 10% threshold does not take into account the cost of leak detection, which can be very expensive, or the cost of actually repairing or replacing the associated infrastructure. While the company is open to ORS's recommendation that the company engage a third party to complete water audits for its systems, such water audits can be very expensive. For that reason, should the Commission adopt ORS's recommendation, Blue Granite requests that the Commission authorize deferral treatment of the associated costs and the accrual of the carrying cost. Finally, my testimony discusses customer service issues raised at night hearings. I cited statistics on average hold times for customers calling the company, as well as resolution times. I also discussed how the company escalates customer calls for emergent issues such as outages or main breaks. This concludes my testimony summary.
Thank you, Mr. Mendenhall. If you and Mr. Denton would now make yourselves available for questions from council or the commission.
Thank you. Okay, we'll just ask everyone about cross 40 Love, Ms. Valtorta. Any cross? Yes, ma'am.
This is for Mr. Mendenhall. With regard to the Let's tanks and the cleaning of that, are you going to allow customers to do that themselves if they can get someone to do it for less, or are you just going to, you're proposing to come in and require that Blue Granite clean out those Let's tanks?
Our position right now is we're pretty close to agreeing with ORS, in which the customer would be allowed to seek their own vendor, a qualified vendor, only in the event if it was an emergency situation where there could be an environmental impact to surrounding waterways, would we initiate and clean the tank before they're allowed to seek out a vendor. But regular maintenance schedule, we're not in objection to the customer being able to seek out their own vendor.
Okay, and you're going to give us some kind of a notice that you need to do it by a certain time. Is that true?
I would agree with that, yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Consumer Affairs. Thank you, ma'am. Town of Irmo.
Mr. Mendenhall, as I understand it, Blue Granite is the new name which has been adopted. Is that correct?
It's the current name of the company, yes, sir.
What was the prior name of the company?
Carolina Water Service.
And it's the same company, just a different name, right?
It's the same company, correct.
So when we talk about new management, there's a new management team basically which has been put in place to operate the old company, right?
There is a new management team, yes, sir.
And one of the reasons why we have a new management team is that new management was needed, correct?
Can't speak to the ones before me, but the new management team has come in to make changes and make adjustments, yes.
And I want to talk about the Friarsgate system for a moment. One of the things the new management team has determined is that the maintenance of the Friarsgate system has been seriously neglected for a long period of time. That's true, isn't it?
There has been neglect of the system.
And in the past, rates have been set based upon the maintenance needs of the system and basically what it takes to properly operate the system, correct?
In accordance with rate setting, correct.
Right, and basically what that means is your company has been paid in the past by ratepayers to properly operate the system, right?
The company has been paid to operate the system, correct.
And proper operation of the system would not include neglecting maintenance of the system as you have found exists, correct?
There have been issues found with the system, correct.
Ratepayers have already paid in Friarsgate to properly maintain the system, have they not?
They have paid for the operation of the system. I do not know exactly what they have paid for.
Well, one of the things that's always in a rate is basically the cost of maintenance, right?
Yes, sir.
So you have been paid to maintain the systems, but your company did not properly maintain the system, right?
There have been deficiencies in past operation, yes.
So what you're seeking to do now is to have the cost of the company's neglect passed on to the consumer, which in effect means the consumer will have paid twice for the cost of maintaining the same system. That's the truth, isn't it?
The rate increase is to cover the investment in the system, sir.
Yes, sir. What has to happen in the system is you have to invest in the system to correct the serious neglect which has taken place over approximately 40 to 50 years, right?
The system is being maintained at this point, yes, sir. I cannot speak to what happened 40 or 50 years ago.
Sure. The new maintenance team has come in and inherited a mess, has it not?
There are some challenges, yes, sir.
And that would basically be an appropriate way to characterize those challenges would be a mess, right?
I'll stick with challenges, sir.
Right? The mess or the challenges that you have are created by the fact that the company has not done what it should have done for about 40 years in properly maintaining the system, right?
Once again, I can't speak to the deficiencies in the past, just what I've found since coming on board.
Well, what you found since you've come on board is deficiencies in a system which should not have existed if the company had operated the system properly according to what the ratepayers were paying for in the past, right?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Moore is assuming facts, not in evidence. I would object to this line of questioning.
Okay, sustained. Let's keep moving.
Thank you
Mr.
very
Moore.
much. Now, would you please explain to me the deficiencies which you found in the Friarsgate system when you came in with the new management team? Would you tell the commission what those deficiencies actually consist of?
The major issue that I've seen, Mr. Moore, is the introduction of I&I, infiltration and inflow from groundwater or rainwater that appears to exceed the capacity of the system in a normal, sunny, which we've not seen lately, day. But that's the main thing I've seen.
And we've also found that there are serious hot spots where the system is actually clogged almost to impassability, correct?
There were some significant areas with root intrusion and things of that matter.
And what we're having to do is to actually take cameras, find out what is actually there, and to treat the worst spots first.
Yeah, as If you remember the map that we showed you in your office when we met with you that had the hot spots on it, that we had treated and we've looked at with CCTV or cured in place lining, you're correct. We find those hot spots and identify them.
So what we're basically doing now is part of the increased cost you are seeking involves correcting the maintenance deficiencies from the past.
The corrective actions will come at a cost, yes, sir.
How much does that cost to correct to correct what's there because of the neglect of the system for 40 years?
And let me reiterate too, we have a planned capital improvement plan for Friarsgate with, I think, over the next 4 to 5 years, a spend of $4 million. Now, in each case, the difference with this management team as well is that some issues are being addressed that have not been, but also the length and life of the pipe has exceeded its common day use. So there are, in this case, with the spend we have suggested, issues where we will be addressing dilapidated pipe and getting ahead of any failures.
And those pipes, what that means is there's basically been no replacement plan in place over 40 to 50 years to address the replacement of the pipes as they've needed, correct?
Several of the pipes in there, no different than across the nation, as we've seen in reports from EPA and from the government of $4.76 billion in needs across the United States in and of itself. There's some of the same evidence there, yes.
And I understand that we now have closed the Friarsgate curtained treatment facility there off of Irmo Drive, right?
The Friarsgate wastewater treatment plant has been decommissioned, yes, sir.
What that basically means is that until recently, Blue Granite or Columbia Water was operating a system where you collected the waste, treated it, and discharged it into the river, right?
Correct.
And that is no longer the case. What you do now is to collect the waste and simply pipe it to the city of Columbia.
It is collected and piped to a pump station, that's correct.
So you no longer have any treatment costs associated with the Friarsgate treatment facility, right?
Correct, we are not treating the water.
And what you're doing, though, is you are sending it now to the city of Columbia, which charges you based on a per gallon basis, correct?
That is my understanding, yes.
Well, would you explain to the commission, if you're paying on a per gallon basis, why you're not charging the customers on a per gallon basis?
Rate questions of that nature, Mr. Moore, I would have to refer to Mr. DeStefano, our FP&A manager.
And I believe he will be testifying later.
That is correct, sir.
But we can understand now that you pay for treatment on a per gallon basis, but that's not the way the customers are charged, correct?
Once again, I'll refer to Mr. DeStefano's testimony as far as any rate questions.
Do you have any idea how much Blue Granite is paying on a per gallon basis to the city of Columbia to take the effluent?
Not off the top of my head, sir.
All right. Now, if I were going to ask then about how the rates are set and the corresponding usage to per gallon basis, I'd be needing to talk to Mr. Stefano.
I would agree with that, yes, sir.
Okay. Now, there's a company which you have mentioned, which is called Clearwater Solutions. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Does that company have any relationship between Blue Granite's parent company and them? Is there any relationship there?
Not that I'm aware of, sir.
Do you know who actually owns Clearwater Solutions?
I think there are several owners. One of the contacts that we use is a gentleman by the name of Steve Kaywood.
Now, Clearwater Solutions, as I understand it, is Clearwater Solutions is a non-regulated provider of services, right?
A contract operator.
As a contract operator, there is no way for this commission to understand how much they're charging, are those charges reasonable, or anything of that nature, correct?
I can't speak for the commission. I would not know if they would know that or not.
One thing's for certain, whatever they charge you, you're looking for a 10% profit on to Blue Granite, right?
I'm subject to check, but I'm not aware of the 10% surcharge.
All right, now, Clearwater, what do they actually do in regard to this system?
Just as indicated, they are a contract operator. They have certified operators that operate facilities owned by Blue Granite in the absence of Blue Granite operators.
Well, that's my question. Is the Friarsgate system being operated by Blue Granite, or is it being operated by Clearwater Solutions under a contract with Blue Granite?
The Friarsgate facility is being operated by Clearwater Solutions.
Well, sir, I guess then my question is, if it's being operated by Clearwater Solutions, if the commission needed to know the reasonableness of the charge, we would have to be able to see what Clearwater Solutions is charging, wouldn't we?
And I would certainly think that if the commission requested that information, it would be provided by the company.
Well, how are we to know? How are the customers in Friarsgate to know that the charges of Clearwater Solutions are reasonable and customary for treating the effluent that's coming out of treating and handling the effluent coming out of the Friarsgate subdivision?
Restate the question, please.
One of the things we have here is a very fine public service commission, which is going to regulate rates, right?
Correct.
We got to know that the rates being charged for the handling of this effluent are reasonable and customary and justifying a 10% rate of return, right?
Correct.
I want to know if Blue Granite is really not operating the system, but simply contracting to operate the system. How do we know that what the operator is charging is reasonable and customary?
My answer would be through the same process that we're going through now, that the commission would review our expenditures to make sure that they're prudent and in line with the needs of our customers.
Well, how do we regulate, how do we look at the charges of Clearwater to know that what you're paying them is reasonable?
Once again, through either request of ORS or through the actual commission itself.
Well, sir, let me ask you this.
Okay.
In regard, we know that Blue Granite is not actually operating the Friarsgate system. It's actually being operated by a company known as Clearwater Solutions, right?
That's correct. I've already stated that. Yes, sir.
Do you actually have a contract with Clearwater Solutions?
We do.
How much do you pay them?
Off the top of my head, I can't speak to that right now. I have the contract in front of me.
How is it arrived at how much you pay them? Do they just send you a bill and you pay it?
The fee was determined before the contract was signed, sir.
Who determined the fee?
The fee was a negotiated piece between Blue Granite and Clearwater.
Who handled the negotiations?
There were multiple parties that were involved in that.
How much profit is Clearwater making for the operation of the Friarsgate system?
I can't answer that.
Who could?
Maybe you would need to talk to Clearwater staff.
Wouldn't we need to know that in order for the Public Service Commission to be able to gauge if the charges being passed on to the customer are reasonable?
Once again, if the commission or ORS wanted that information, that would be done in a discovery request, and we would provide as much as we can through the contract language.
Actually, there's no way that you can actually know that because those are internal documents of Clearwater Solutions, correct?
One would assume, yes.
And Clearwater Solutions is a non-regulated operator, correct?
By the way you've presented, I would assume yes.
And so by way of a contract with an operator, what's happened is the charges that are actually being passed to the consumer are not regulated at all by anybody, are they?
I would disagree with that.
Well, how do we know whether the charges, we don't know what charges are actually being charged, how they're found, how they're determined, how they're passed on, nothing. All we know is there's a contract between an operator, which is a non-regulated provider, and Blue Granite, right?
Once again, between the commission and ORS, they would determine whether it's a prudent spend through discovery request, no different than the subject matter we presented in this case.
Well, do you know, sir, if anybody has ever had an opportunity to audit the operating expenses of Clearwater Solutions?
I wouldn't be able to let you know that.
One thing is for certain, before any decision is made on Friarsgate, somebody needs to audit them in order to make the determination that would have to be made in order to justify any rate increase, wouldn't they?
That is your opinion, sir, as a statement, yes.
Mr. Chairman, I would just object to this line of question. Mr. DiStefano is our rates witness and is familiar with the auditing practices of ORS and the other parties in this case. So I think these questions might be better reserved for Mr. DiStefano.
I'm happy to talk to Mr. DiStefano.
Let's wait for Mr.
Yes.
DiStefano on these
And
before.
I would like to thank you for answering my questions, and I would also very much like to thank you for the professionalism of Mr. Denton and everyone who has talked to the town of Irmo with us. You people have, I don't know who changed the management team, but we at least have somebody we can talk to. And I thank Mr. Denton, and I thank you for being kind enough to indulge my questions this morning.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Chairman, that's all the questions I have at this time. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Moore. Mr. Knowlton. Thank you. Mr. Dover.
Gentlemen, no doubt you have a lot of weight on your shoulders. I feel it. I feel the weight from behind you. And, you know, I'm back there and trying to weigh through some of this. There's a lot of this, again, I mentioned earlier, that are beyond my capacity as just a minister of the gospel. My primary objective is to, God has blessed me in a great church with great pay, but I've got to budget and watch what the things I spend. And so one thing I've learned over the past few years at the church that I'm at is that, we've gone through some building renovations. And with these renovations, we've had to have some considerations before we went forward or pulled the trigger or made these things happen. Let me understand something. Have you guys already moved into your new offices?
We have.
Okay. Before you moved in these offices, you're seeking how much money for these offices, for this move, for this upfit?
It was a little less than, the outfit was a little less than $500,000.
$500,000, and hey, in being in through several, not just at this church I'm at now, but at the previous church, being through several, upgrades into facilities, it gets costly. And in construction, I've worked construction many, many years ago as a young man, and so I understand there's a lot of cost with that. But before, one thing I learned at this particular church is before we were to say, you know what, we're going to make these upgrades, even though they're needed. They're we got to keep up with the times. We got to add some new lighting. The people who go to church now, they're looking for light shows and they're looking for all kind of glit and glamour. The stage has to have great presentation. We've got to do this, but before we do, we've got to consider certain things. Now I'm standing here before you because one of the things we had to look at was, what's our average giver at our church? What they would average.
Mr. Dover, we need this to be questions.
I'll get there. I'll get there.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
We'll get there a little quicker.
Yes, sir. And so one of the things we had to ask ourselves, if the average age is around 60 years old, they're starting to hit retirement, we know they're not going to be able to give as much as a young businessman or a young professional. So we had to ask ourselves, are we able to make these upgrades on their giving? We had to determine, could we make a $1.5 million upgrade to our facility before we pulled the trigger, before we brought in construction? We had to have these conversations. Now, you guys have already made a move. Did you guys consider what your average client or customer pays for water?
So my predecessor made the decision in conjunction with the overarching strategy of this company as we were looking at the next 5, 10, 20 years of where we're heading to make the move from an industrial park located in the Columbia area to one that was more suited for an administrative office.
Sure.
Once that decision was made, whether or not we moved to Columbia, West Columbia, Greenville, wherever, there would have been upfit costs.
Right.
Anywhere we were going.
Absolutely.
And so there was thorough evaluation that was done early on. And to your point, we did look at upfit costs. Our new offices are not gold-plated in by any stretch of the imagination. I think the average cost for us on the upfit was about $115 per square foot. In my experience, I'm a licensed general contractor in the state of North Carolina, although inactive right now. That's fairly reasonable.
Sure.
Actually below market for a lot of these local markets in the Carolinas.
Sure. So, do you know how much my neighborhood pays per house for water and sewage? You guys?
And I'm not sure which.
We're Foxwood subdivision.
Foxwood subdivision.
Yes, sir.
Off the top of my head, I don't know exactly what the rate is.
My household, I'll go ahead and tell you, we pay anywhere from $145 to $155 a month for water and sewage. Okay, now, I have myself, my wife, and we have 3 young boys, all under the age of 10. We do try to do our best to conserve water, but hey, you know, they slip away, they get into the bathroom, and we do our best to manage them. But then I went to my neighbor who lives to the right across the street from me. Now, she's a single lady. She's 80, retired. You know how much she pays for water on a monthly basis? She pays the same amount. She doesn't pay less, and she uses less water. Now, there are several families around us, and the point I'm getting at is my analogy that I use with our church. I understood you guys need to probably make a change. But my question is, before you made the change, could you maybe have waited a little bit longer, saved a little bit more money? Could there have been different steps rather than making the purchase, making the move, and then saying, hey, well, by the way, we need you guys to foot this? Let me give one more analogy, and I'll step away. I drive a 22-year-old truck. This is out in the parking lot right now. It's an old Dodge Ram. And it needs a paint job. I have to maintain it on a regular basis. I'd love to get a new truck, but right now my budget does not see fit. So I'm stuck with that truck according to my budget. Now, I could go and make a purchase, but then I have to go back to my church and say, I need more money. Now, would that be fair to my church? No. Why? Because that truck does me just fine. It's not pretty, but it gets me here to Columbia, to Greenville yesterday. I can make the move in it. I can do my business. I can do.
Mr. Dover, we need to get to a question.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
So
You're
my
not
question
testifying.
My question with that is, do you think you could have kept going in those offices just a little bit longer until you saved up the right amount of money to make the purchases versus passing that along to us?
I understand what you're saying, but I think as far as our strategic direction and what we were trying to do from a talent acquisition and bringing in the right people for us to move forward, no, we could not have waited any longer.
That's your opinion. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Reckett.
Michael Kendry for York County.
I've got your name listed wrong. No, I went to the wrong place. Mr. Kendry, I apologize for that.
No problem. Thank you, Mr.
Be the first
Chairman.
mistake I've made all day.
Thank you.
I'm certainly not the last.
This is for Mr. Denton. Yeah, in your summary statement, you commented that you knew of no reason for there to be a declaration of an emergency with regards to the Lake Wiley connection to Charlotte.
I'm sorry, I can't.
Sure.
Yeah.
Thank you. You testified that you, in your summary statement, that you knew of no reason why there should be a declared emergency with regards to the connection with Charlotte.
No, I stated that I'm aware of no requirement that would limit us to using that line for only emergency purposes.
Did you Did you review the franchise agreement?
I have.
And you're aware that the very term used to describe it is an emergency backup connection?
The way, and I am not a lawyer, but our lawyers have reviewed it,
Excuse me, I asked you, are you aware that that's what the agreement says? I'm not asking you for your interpretation.
Okay, that's not what it says.
It says emergency backup connection.
It does have emergency backup connection, but that's not all it says.
But that terminology is used in the agreement.
It is, that terminology is in the agreement, but that's not all it says.
So would an inability to provide water service to customers in Lake Wylie be an emergency situation?
Yes, it would.
And for a sustained period of time or for repetitive periods of time be declared an emergency?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Kendry is soliciting a legal opinion from a lay witness. I would object to this line of questioning. Thank you.
The question was asked, he knew of no reason.
I'm going to overrule that. Go ahead and ask the
Thank you,
question.
Mr. Chairman. Would sustained interruptions in water service be sufficient to declare an emergency?
We would, yes.
And thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. ORS.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, Mr. Detton and Mr. Mendenhall.
Morning.
Morning. My first questions are for you, Mr. Denton, is regarding the Greenville office upfit. Mr. Denton, in your testimony today and also in your SIR rebuttal, you reference a guide that a real estate firm called J&L Project and Development Services published based on data from projects it manages, correct?
Correct.
And I believe you refer to this guide as a benchmark guide.
Correct.
And you cite this guide in support of Blue Granite's position that the $495,000+ spent to upfit its new headquarters was reasonable, correct?
It's one of the reasons, yes.
Okay. I'd like to ask you a few questions about that guide. I've got some copies here. Is the Elmo on? Mr. Denton, is this the guide that you reference?
Looking for the version, but I think it is, yes. Yes.
I'd like you to flip to the page that I flagged.
Okay.
Would you mind telling us what page
It's 7 pages in. It's not, yeah.
Titled Details on Guide Assumptions and Methodology?
Yes, that's correct. I'm going to read to you the paragraph on this page. It's got the heading Class A Buildings, and I'd like to confirm that what I've read here is correct. The average fit out in this guide is represented by a medium quality and moderate style fit out as described in the fit out cost matrix on page 10. This average fit out is intended to represent the typical fit out found in a typical Class A office building. We define a Class A building as an above average building in a given market with excellent finishes, building services, building systems, and location. Rents for a Class A building are usually in the top third of the overall market, although this figure can vary by market. Is that what that paragraph states?
Yes.
So am I correct in saying that your benchmark for reasonable is actually defined as a building with excellent finishes, building services, building systems, and location?
I would say that that was the comparison. However, our building is not quite up to this level, I would say.
But you do rely on this to support your position?
We did.
Upfit costs were reasonable?
Yes.
Did you review this report prior to citing it in your testimony?
I reviewed portions of it.
And do you believe that Blue Granite's customers should have to pay a premium for a company's office because it sought excellent finishes, building systems, and locations?
Well, I wouldn't call it a premium at $115 a square foot.
That is not the lease expense, correct?
That's not the lease expense, but that's the upfit cost. And to the point of the building being in excellent condition, I'm going to go back to the quote here. Excellent finishes, building services, and building systems. I actually believe on the day that ORS visited us, the elevators weren't working and everybody had to climb 8 stories in order to get to our offices. I mean, it's not a modern building by any stretch of the imagination.
Buildings can go out even in above average or excellent building, correct? And I'm sorry, an elevator can go out in an above average or excellent building, correct?
They could.
Thank you. That's all the questions I have about this guide.
Okay.
Mr. Mendenhall, I've got a few questions for you. You testified previously with regard to the LETS tanks that you're close to agreement with ORS regarding the LETS tanks?
So I'm close with the opinion that's been listed by ORS, yes. I think we're relatively close, yes.
To Mr. Bickley?
Yes, sir.
What do you still disagree with regarding what Mr. Bickley has expressed in his testimony?
I still have a bit of concern about the environmental protection piece of it. Seems to be just a bit subjective, and there may be some challenges in us trying to iron out what a defined emergency is to that point. But if we can get that language ironed out, I think we have an amenable position with ORS.
So it really just comes down to defining what an emergency situation consists of that would justify the company pumping the tank?
I would agree with that.
Do you have a particular definition in mind you would propose?
Not that I can recite for you right now, but I think working with staff that we could come to an amenable definition. Yes, sir.
I want to ask a few questions regarding non-revenue water. Your rebuttal testimony spends a significant time discussing the non-revenue water data the company has, correct?
Yes, sir.
What is non-revenue water?
term that's defined many different ways. In essence, water that is delivered and or consumed or made available when there's not a return on the cost of the price of the water.
So, for example, this is water, am I correct? This is water purchased from a third-party provider in a purchased water system that doesn't actually show up on the other end as being read on a customer's meter as being consumed?
I wouldn't just isolate it to a purchased water system. It could be from a system supplied by wells also. And as a general, the old thinking was what was produced, a gallon produced should be a gallon that is paid for, and this is the difference in between.
But am I correct? It's water that doesn't actually show up in the data, the consumption data for customers?
Yes.
What percentage of non-revenue water are you able to explain using the data that the company has?
Varies by system.
Do you have an overall percentage that you're able to explain?
Once again, it varies by system. You can't assign just a singular percentage to overall systems.
And part of your testimony states that you refer to the American Water Works Association. You state that your testimony is they suggest setting subdivision-specific goals, correct?
Correct.
Has the company proposed subdivision-specific goals in this case?
Not that I'm aware of. There's a listing of subdivisions in my rebuttal testimony.
In fact, what the company has proposed, if a threshold is set, is that a 20% threshold be set. Is that correct?
That was a suggestion in the rebuttal, yes, if an arbitrary rate was used.
And that's twice the 10% threshold set in Carolina Water's prior rate case, correct? 20% would be twice the 10% threshold that was set in Carolina's prior rate case?
That is my understanding, yes.
For systems that are partially supplied by well water and partially supplied by purchased water, how does Blue Granite propose to treat those?
It's detailed out in my rebuttal. There's not a means to show you where the true lost water, which purveyor is coming from, whether it's from the wells themselves or from the purchase provider.
So am I correct, the threshold would not apply to those systems regardless of what the percentage of purchased water in the system is?
If I'm not mistaken, in ORS's testimony, you looked to apply the threshold against all systems until we sent back testimony to rebut that.
Have you seen the revised testimony that ORS filed earlier this week?
Not that I'm aware of.
Are you aware ORS is proposing basically a proportional allocation for those systems where it's both purchased water and well water?
No, sir.
Assuming that's the case, is it still Blue Granite's position that those systems, the threshold should not apply to those partially supplied systems at all?
Not knowing of the testimony you're speaking to, then I'm still sticking with my rebuttal testimony, yes, sir.
Thank you. That's all the questions I have. We are not requesting that jail report actually be made an exhibit. Just want to have it here for questioning.
Okay, thank you. Okay, we're going to take a 10-minute break. We'll be back in 10. guys. Please be seated. Okay. Call us back into session and we're done with anything else from ORS?
No, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Commissioners, questions? Commissioner Whitfield.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I guess I can still say good morning. Good morning, gentlemen. Good to have you with us.
Yes, sir.
Got a couple of questions for each of you. I guess I'll start with you, Mr. Denton. Mr. Denton, on page 7 of your rebuttal testimony, you state that the Greenville office is located in a historic family court building. Was the company awarded any grants in connection to the refurbishment or relocation of this office, since you reference it being a historic building?
Not to my knowledge.
Okay. And so there was nothing, no other funds that you received for the refurbishment or renovation, if you will, of that location?
Not to my knowledge.
Okay. Might want to come back to that, some questions about that in just a minute for either one of you. I guess my other question would be for you, Mr. Mendenhall.
Yes, sir.
When responding to your rebuttal regarding non-revenue water, witness Morrow expresses on page 2 of his rebuttal that the American Water Works Association software has not been utilized by the company since its last rate case. Could you elaborate on what exactly compromises the non-revenue water, and why did Blue Granite not utilize the AWWA software, American Water Works software?
We do a lot of, sometimes unfortunately, spreadsheets. When we do vacancy reports or zero consumption reports, those are generated by our own billing software and interpreted by our employees. So it's a matter of then we've also, as I talk about in testimony, I think maybe in my direct, Commissioner Whitfield, we talk about our new OMS and Lucity system, where actually my operators, when they do a field activity or an FAA, they're charged with putting in water loss and that when they complete the field activity. So we're recognizing it in different areas, but we are still doing a lot of manual review that I'm trying to move away from.
How would you compare the company's water accountability report to the AWWA software in terms of level of detail?
Probably not as strong as I would want it to be with AWWA's. That's the point we're working towards at this point, incorporating quite a few more features into our own packages, with, not only with billing, but with our GIS and with our operational maintenance system. So catching up, I'm going to say is a better term.
And I see you're a GIS man. I see that's your background.
Yes, sir.
Does the software provide any additional analysis that the water accountability report does not?
You talking about from the company's current operations software, Commissioner Whitfield?
Yes.
So one thing, yes, obviously, yes, you just alluded to my background. One thing we are doing with our software is we recognize the main size, a leak, we identify where it's at. So we go a little bit in a different route from AWWA to a degree, as I'm trying to build a base for areas of operational issues. I've got multiple leaks in an area that led to loss of water. I'm not only looking at the operational issue, what's causing that. Do I have a pipe that needs to be replaced? Do I have a capital project that needs to be built out of it? So I'm looking at a little bit different terms than just the straight piece of the AWWA standard.
Certainly with your GIS and cartography background, I can see where you're focused in that arena, but thanks for your answers. Got another question or two, and this could really go to either one of you. Mr. Denton, maybe to you, either one, doesn't matter to me. Wanted to address particularly some of the one, as you well know, we had multiple night hearings and have a couple of more to go, but I want to address, if I could, just a minute with you, the union night hearing. Kind of a small service territory for you, but ultimately that night hearing produced more witnesses than or public witnesses than the Greenville one did. And in that light, I would like to maybe get either one of you to address several of the witnesses, and I've got my notes here with me. Looks like about 4, and I have their names. I can say those if you need me to. But several of the witnesses stated that they had been residents since back in the 80s. One back to 1989, and I guess this what's referred to as Fairwood. And you have in your testimony that some of the capital investment on the wastewater side, you mentioned, of course, Fairwood's all in your testimony, and that's all over the place. But these residents are saying that they are testified in those night hearings that they've seen nothing, no improvements since they've been there. And I'm talking about residents back to the 80s. And it seems like, while this isn't part of the previous case, seems like I heard that in Union about 4 or 5 years ago. Could you address that, what's going on in Union, or what you might be doing there, or care to respond to what some of those public witnesses said, customers said?
Sure, I think we could probably tag team this. As we looked at our strategic plan, and this is not just for Union, but across our jurisdiction in South Carolina, we've been looking at our capital spend over the next few years. We have increased that based on what we've determined the needs are. And as we have been looking at in detail, and this goes also into rates that I'm sure we'll talk about later, in a consolidated basis, that gets spread across, obviously, across the jurisdictions. And so in Fairwood in particular, while they may not have seen those capital improvements or the inspections that are going on, those across the state, that would be included in our capital plans going forward should they come to the level of severity that has been deemed through inspections and through our preventative maintenance programs.
Yeah, no, add to that. If I'm not mistaken, Fairwood, the most recent project we did was a chlorine contact chamber, if I'm not mistaken, which is down at the wastewater treatment plant. You got to make an effort to get down to where the wastewater treatment plant is.
Right.
This is a little challenging. Back to your, when you originally started talking, I've got my notes here. Mr. Riley, who has been a resident there since 1982, as a matter of fact.
That's one of them. Yes,
yeah,
sir.
I got you.
Yes, sir.
He had, and actually I had staff meet with him that night, Commissioner Whitfield, to go ahead and establish a different rapport, as we talked about here on the stand. We actually videoed his sewer lateral, his private sewer lateral, found some roots in it. That was mitigated. We actually went through, within a couple of days of that hearing, did a jetting of the line in front of his house. I also did a videoing CCTV of that line as well. And based on my recommendations to the staff, it's going to be put on a regular rotating basis. Now, Mr. Riley's, his blockages that he had were not maybe as close in context based on our information and looking back at field activities issued for his home, but nonetheless, the roots were found. They're not generally going to go away without a line replacement on that service line, so we are putting it on a regular routine basis to keep an eye on it. That's the change that we're making, is the attentiveness to the detail and the concerns of the customer, sir.
Well, and I certainly appreciate you addressing Mr. Riley's situation, but several other longtime residents of Mr. Winters, Ms. Henderson, Ms. Rogers going back to 1975. Just the overall theme is that, and I certainly, again, appreciate your attentiveness in meeting with him after the hearing, but what can those residents expect with the system going forward? And, you know, sadly, we heard testimony about an employee that was always asleep in his truck, and the appearance that nothing is going on. And that was from a person who was Ms. Cochran, who was a 25-year resident. So we were hearing those type things, and I just wanted to know what can those residents expect maybe going forward.
I want to address the issue about the employee. What I'll tell you, and I'm not going to call his name here, but he's a young man that I would put in any situation to represent me in anything that goes on operationally. But one of the challenges and one of the reasons that is noted by the customers that they keep seeing the truck in the same place, they're correct, is so he can get signal. Wonderful technology we have right now does not work at the wastewater treatment plant down by.
I understand it's in a low.
It's in a very low spot.
Sir.
So the same technology that I'm talking to you about as far as our OMS and our field activities and pieces of that with the GIS in it, he has to get up to a point, stand on one leg, hold his arm up, he gets signal enough to get that generated going through. So I just want to defend my employee. I'm very protective of my employees, but this young man, if you met him today, you'd want him to do any work you could at your house. I promise you that.
I appreciate that answer. Maybe if we had a decent commissioner in the 5th District, you'd have more cell towers up there.
And Commissioner Whitfield, if I could, one of the things is we have been working on our strategy and continue to roll out the strategy is obviously through engagement. We don't want to be reactive. We want to be proactive. We want to be having these conversations with customers on a more regular basis. We want to be learning about their issues, and we want to be finding out about how the best way to address them before they actually come up.
Thank you for that. And lastly, kind of circling back to the Greenville office, I believe Mr. Denton is actually probably in your testimony, but either one of you can answer this. You talked about the new office being in that area to add new employees, and in the past, we recall that office being down here in the Columbia area. Of course, I don't want to get back into old things, but payments were mailed to the Florida panhandlers somewhere in Maine, and there were some residents that still wanted to go. We all know technology's moving forward, wanted to come by this Columbia office and make their payment. That's now gone. But what I would ask you, while you talk about, you know, maybe adding new employees, and that's in your testimony, what about the balance of where your customers are, your service footprint? Because, again, as I've noticed, we had more customers come out at the Union hearing than we did at the Greenville hearing, which you would think would be completely the opposite and in a large way. It has to do with your service footprint. So my question to you is that just so that you're in a position where you can add new employees to serve the people, or are you trying to balance where your footprint is? What were the thoughts about that Greenville office again?
Well, the thoughts behind the Greenville office were multiple. Obviously, the study that was done by CBRE, which helped look at the workforce, and we're trying to attract a talented workforce. At the same time, our engineer in the state of South Carolina, GMC, is located in Greenville, actually just down the street from these offices. Peer Utilities of ours are in Greenville, down the street from these offices. And so while you mentioned that customers wanting to potentially come to the office, that's not what we've seen in the past. In the past few years, at least in the Columbia office, I think there was maybe one a year that dropped by. One customer per year, somewhere along those lines, one or two. But that's not the intent of this particular office as an administrative office. And so while it is not in the Columbia area around the Midlands, it is in a region that, quite frankly, is within the footprint of the company.
And that's where I'm going. You got Anderson over here, you got York County here.
That's right.
Is that what you're trying to accomplish? Get in, kind of
That wasn't a main driver, but that was part of the
being reachable by your, I mean, you can't be in all these counties, but are you just, I guess I was just trying to see, I mean, I know that in your testimony, new employees, I guess I was just trying to see if you're trying to balance with customers.
And that actually is, it does, because we do have team members that leave that office and drive throughout the state going to meet with customer groups and get down to facilities. And so it does facilitate that from that location. Makes it a little easier, but that was not the number one driver. It was a part of the overall decision process.
Understood. That's all I have, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Commissioner Hamilton.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Gentlemen, welcome. I have a question, and I guess either one of you, I'd be happy to hear from you on it. At the Irmo night here, and we had a customer, get closer, they can't see, we're screening, I don't want to miss my time. They had a customer at Irmo that someone had improperly blocked his sewer line, and he had a backup in the house. I just wonder what could cause something to happen that they would go to the wrong resident.
My simplest answer is human error.
Human error. How often do you have this happen?
If it happens once, it's more often than I'd like for it to be. I think that's the key piece. I'm going to make a mistake today, I promise you, at some point. Our staff does absolutely the best they can, and this was a situation that would not like to happen again. I've been in utilities for 28 years, and I would love to tell you that that is the first time that the wrong home of any kind has been cut off for non-payment or for any other circumstance, and that they went to the incorrect house. I would love to tell you that, but that's just not the case. I think to your point, Commissioner, is when an issue is made like that, it's how we follow up after the fact, the communication. What does the company do to make it right? And to me, that's the key piece after that.
Was this reported to DHEC?
I can't answer that question.
Is that not a requirement?
For us, if we have a disconnected, a wrong service, or not that I'm aware of, no, sir.
And tell me again the actions you've taken to try to eliminate this problem from reoccurring.
One piece still goes back, and sometimes I scare myself when I say this, Commissioner, when I talk about technology. Our guys and girls now actually have a tablet in front of them. That's their work orders are generated, or their field activities are generated and pushed out by our customer service center directly to them. So there's not the old days, and I guess I'll start telling my age if my hair color doesn't do it enough, is that it's the facts, and a supervisor hands them out, divvies them up, things of that nature. We're live and on the go. So that information is being pushed out quickly and hopefully accurately. It still comes down to that fine piece of, if it's 123, I didn't read it as 132. But that's the key piece to me, is having the true technology there, that we're generating it. There's not a miscue, there's not a misprint from a fax or a piece of paper written by a supervisor, as we are trying to mitigate it in that means.
No one goes to the door to notify the person before this?
Yes, they are supposed to. Now, what I'll tell you, Commissioner, is that that's something I think as a industry we need to evaluate. I think it was Sunday in the state of North Carolina, a utility worker was working on a water line in front of a gentleman's house, goes to knock on the door to alert him, and he's getting ready to lose water pressure, and he's met with a pistol. And so at that point, he gets back, and they call the sheriff. Unfortunately, a sheriff's deputy was shot because of just what you're talking about, that interface at the front door. I understand and appreciate your comment. the world is changing. We try and do our best to notify if we can. On the other side of that, we're getting a lot of people that do not want to answer the door anymore. And I understand and appreciate that as well, Commissioner.
It appears that even you could telephone or something, this is a tough thing to happen to a person, to have their house flooded with sewer.
I agree. No, I understand.
Commissioner Hamilton, if I may, one of the things, and I know our leadership team has talked about, just saying this is how we've always done it is no longer acceptable. I'm a big believer in continuous improvement, and in this group, we've instilled this and saying these type of incidents we cannot repeat, and so coming up with new ways of doing of operating this business in better ways is something we're focused on.
Thank you very much.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Howard.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Denton, I got a few questions for you. In your testimony, you described the companies has made significant changes in the terms of personnel, capital budgets, infrastructure investments, and I'll ask you a question on what are operating processes? What is included in operating processes?
So when we look at overall, one of the things, and Bryce might be able to shed more light on the OMS system. One of the new systems we've put in is our operations management system, and including the GIS component of that. And as he mentioned earlier, and particularly in the case of Friarsgate, where we've gone in and been able to not only map out where we've inspected those systems and found out where the pinch points are, we were then able to sit down with representatives of the town, including Mr. Moore, and lay that out in front of them and show them what we're doing, how we're doing it, and then also what those future capital plans as a result of those inspections have yielded. And that outreach, not only from the standpoint from the operational benefits of being able to identify that led to outreach with the town, which quite frankly, in my opinion, has improved relations with the town.
Well, continuing, and you do these in order to substantially improve Blue Granite's performance. Further in your testimony, you say the systems being better served by the company with these system operational improvements, water supply and quality have improved, environmental compliance has improved, internal awareness of the company's maintenance and investment needs has improved, and communication and customer experience has improved. Does the company have any way to quantify these improvements, particularly when it comes to the customer experience?
I don't know that we've gotten particular metrics, response metrics from the customers with regards to improvement, although I would say through our initiatives on outreach, the new portal that we've put in place and the engagement on the portal seem to start to provide those metrics that customers are engaging through those technologies, and that is an indicator for us at this point. One of the things we are doing and starting to implement in South Carolina is something we're doing elsewhere in the company, is setting up meetings with homeowners groups on a regular basis, getting invited to their either quarterly or annual meetings, going and speaking to them, learning their concerns. And again, this grassroots effort, we're hoping to get more and more information along those lines to prove that these operational focus are getting the attention and the results that we like.
And Commissioner Howard, I would add to that, just I guess it was actually Monday night of this week, my staff met with HOA representatives in the Watergate subdivision. And that's the outreach we're beginning. And I think they were surprised to see us come out at that point. But where we're going is trying to get that point of contact so we can maintain those relationships. And one of the challenges, and the young man is sitting behind me, he's the operations director for the state of South Carolina. And he's been charged, and he's charged with his staff below him, is that each one of our area managers is going to have a point of contact if there's an existing HOA, or if there's generally a representative from a neighborhood, even if they don't have an HOA or POA, but making that point of contact moving forward.
I think we talked about two different things in my next question, but tell me about your town hall meetings. In my mind, you had the town hall meetings as a prelude to your rate increase request. I don't know if that's true or not, but that's what I was thinking. And if so, how many town hall meetings did you have, and what was the attendance? Was the attendance good or poor? Or am I on the same wavelength that you are?
Okay, so we do not want to have town hall meetings only when we're coming in for rate cases. That is not the intent. We want to build relationships within the communities we're working in on a regular basis so that we can have those relationships, understand what issues are. We want customers to be able to reach out to us on whatever basis, whatever concerns they might have. We want to establish these meetings ongoing, going forward. So it's not just when there's a rate case forthcoming. That is not the intent. And so far, we've started this initiative. The results have been positive. And it's not just with POAs. If it's towns and communities similar to the conversations we've been having in the town of Irmo, we want to continue those conversations and relationships.
Oh, thank you for that. You discussed Lake Wiley and advanced metering and AMI technology. What percentage of Lake Wiley have you completed the advanced metering in, number one?
We're at 100%. We installed 4,800 meters, Commissioner Howard.
Is that in rates?
That is a project that's in.
Well, then what is about your entire system? How many other subdivisions or areas that you have advanced metering in, and what percentage do you say your entire system is on advanced metering?
This was really our first pilot run at this. We were looking at additional installation of AMI across our footprint. But as far as our first major run at AMI, Lake Wiley was our prominent area.
Okay. At Irmo Night here, we've had some customers talk about service complaints. And one customer was without water January the 20th through the 21st, called and got an answering service, but could not reach a supervisor. You have any comments on that, or you? I have his name if you need it, but.
Do you have the name you said?
Yeah. Find it in this massive stuff. Thought it'd be easier than this. I'm trying to guess. I want to say it starts with a V, Vitoria, without having to.
I've got my list of names here.
He made a pretty big issue. This person made a pretty big issue about being without water for 2 days and couldn't get any.
Tom Bocula is the one I have listed. He was the third witness that day.
What was his name?
Well, now, forgive me, I'm spelling it from the crowd.
That was why my hesitation was.
But it came into my ear as Tom Bocula. Bacula.
Vasoli, I think. Vasolli is what Commissioner Whitfield has on his.
I apologize. That was bad. I apologize. My wife is right. My hearing is getting better. I don't have that one specifically addressed, but Commissioner Howard, what I'll do is our communication staff, we're following up on these complaints. I would certainly, if you would allow, investigate, and it may have already been investigated and I just don't have the information in front of me, and respond to you.
Yeah, I would allow that, and I'd appreciate it. But let me give you the rest of the complaints that I've had notes of. A backyard was torn up to repair a sewer issue. Blue Granite only replaced 100 of the 900 square foot of customer's yard that was damaged. Number one, you can get back with me on that also.
And that one was from Friars Gate, if I remember, and staff met with her the next day.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
All of these are Irmo. Long hold times and unfriendly customer service.
And that's addressed. The hold times and our resolution times is addressed. I think it's in, I can't remember if it's in my direct or rebuttal, but we provided information on that.
Okay, I'll check.
Yes, sir.
Brown and dirty, disgusting water. cannot cook with water, presumably without boiling it first. And manholes in yards cause overflow in the sewage in the customer's home. That might have been the same one that Commissioner had.
Yeah, that was the same one with the yard. Yes, sir.
So, if you could get back with me with that, if you need a list of them, I'd be glad to get it.
If you don't mind, that would be great, and we will respond to you accordingly.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Well, I was hoping personally that since this is going on a couple of days, that we could get it, not this afternoon, maybe tomorrow sometime, and not having to go to a late file exhibit. Or that still be a late file exhibit.
Yeah, look
do
in
that, 'cause I
and
don't-
we'll decide if we need to do that, or else we can recall you and get that.
Mr. Chairman, depending on what ends up occurring, may I ask the ORS be given the appropriate opportunity to respond to whatever exhibit or information is produced?
Sure.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Howard.
Okay. Commissioner Howard,
I'm through.
you're done. Commissioner Urban.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Denton, in September 2019, a jury awarded Blue Granite $7,250,000 from the town of Lexington for an I-20 plant. I'd like to know what the status is on the condemnation proceeding.
So,
has it been appealed? Has it been paid? Have you received the jury award, or is it on appeal?
my understanding, it's been paid.
All right. So you're in receipt of the funds. How does the company plan to utilize the money you got from the verdict?
I'm not sure I understand the question.
Well, you won the lawsuit, right?
Yes.
What are you going to do with the money? Do you have a specific plan in mind? That's a lot of money.
It is. The funds from basically were for the remaining value of the plant that was condemned.
From an accounting standpoint, how will that be handled?
Actually, you probably need to talk to Mr. DeStefano about from the accounting standpoint.
All right, sir. Do you, as president, do you think it would be appropriate to use all or part of those funds to mitigate future rate increases or decommissioning cost?
Well, the way that I would look at it is that basically is, quite frankly, shareholder money that was not undepreciated.
All shareholder money?
For the value of, it was determined that was the remaining value of those assets.
Well, the ratepayers paid for the assets, didn't they? The rate base. So they should have some claim to the money, don't you think?
Again, I would defer to Mr. DeStefano.
Well, you're president of the company.
Yes, sir.
What's your thought on that? I mean, the ratepayers were asked to pay for it.
Right.
And
the shareholders invested in it.
How did the shareholders invest in it?
Through their equity contributions.
How much was in rate base?
Debt contributions.
What percentage was in the rate base?
This was determined to be the remaining value, as I understand. Again, these are questions that are best suited, I think, from Mr. DeStefano.
Well, I'll look forward to
asking the numbers.
I'll ask him about it later. But as you recall, there's some customers at the Irmo night hearing that complained about fire hydrants. I asked about that at the hearing, and I just want to follow up. My concern is a safety issue. It puts the neighborhood at greater risk of property loss and loss of life. How do you plan to respond to those concerns?
There were two areas that were expressed, Rolling Woods and then Raintree. So after investigation, there's two issues. One is in Rolling Wood, there's only one hydrant there that has been marked as a flushing hydrant for some time now. And it's used for water quality, not for fire extinguishing activities. Now, being a retired fireman, they can get water to fill a tanker if need be, but I would not use it for the suction pressure to be the primary source. So they're not, it's not the fact that they cannot use it. Rain Tree, if I'm not mistaken, Commissioner Irvin, is a 6-inch line that comes through a 4-inch meter, upsizes back to a 6-inch line. As a rule, fire hydrants and fire flow is generally only accepted on a 6-inch or larger line. That's when fire hydrants are installed. So the concern, there are hydrants in that area. 3 of them are marked as flushing hydrants again for water quality. Does not preclude, once again, the fire department from trying to use and backfill a tanker. But with the 4-inch line being a restriction, I would not suggest that that is a fire service line either. But we did investigate based on that night.
On page 8 of your rebuttal testimony, you noted that it would be more reasonable to set goals for each system and evaluate the company's efforts toward reducing non-revenue water. How does this approach incentivize the company to fix this issue?
You said page 8, I'm sorry.
Yes, sir, page 8 of rebuttal.
Let me get to the right page, I apologize. There we go. Can you repeat your question, Mr.
Yes, sir.
Commissioner? I apologize.
If you'll note on page 8, you indicated there would be more reasonable to set goals for each system. You see that?
Yes, sir.
And evaluate the company's efforts towards reducing non-water revenue?
Yes, sir.
All right. My question is, does that approach incentivize the company to fix the problem? And if not, why?
To be able to look at the individual system and see how it's performing, to me, gives a better snapshot of what is causing the water loss. Whether it's, and I've spoken about that before here in front of you gentlemen, Mr. Urban, I think you questioned me about it, was helium testing that you and I have spoken about. So it's a multitude, whether is it actually older meters that's causing the loss? Is it water leaks? Is it, a multitude of different things? So if we can evaluate in a multitude of different ways, I think that puts more of a spotlight. If it's meters, that's one project. If it's water line and helium, we detect helium from the leaks, I think that's another spotlight where we look at capital replacement of line. But I think it actually, it paints a picture individually rather than canvassing the entire system.
I want to go back to the contract between Clearwater Solutions and Blue Granite. Was that contract put out to bid?
I'll defer to Mr. DeStefano on contract matters, Commissioner.
All right.
Mr. Chairman, I have these commissioner questions, if the witness has yes or if they know, they should answer, and they can ask for further clarification from another witness. But I'm from the school where when you're asked a question, particularly it's a yeah, I know, I don't know, or yes, no, or I don't know. And if they need further clarification, but just to say defer, I can't tell if the witness knows, doesn't know, or just doesn't want to answer. So I'd ask that.
Thank you, Commissioner Belser. That's a good point. So let me go back and ask you again.
All right.
Was the contract with Clearwater Solutions put out to bid so that other contractors could bid on it?
I am not sure whether it's put out for bid, but I would love to confer with my counterpart, Mr. DeStefano, and one of us can give you an answer.
All right, sir. I'd like to know more about it because the contract itself apparently was not produced in discovery, and I'd like to see a copy if you think it needs to, if there are portions of it that need confidential treatment, we can take that up with your attorney, but I think the commission needs to see it to determine whether it's just and reasonable and whether it was put out to bid. So those are questions that I expect somebody to answer before this hearing's over. Thank you. Those are all the questions I have, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Commissioner Belzer.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon, gentlemen. I've got quite a few notes based on your summaries thus far and from when I went through, so I apologize if I am jumping around. I think I'll start with what I worked on prior. Mr. Denton, in your direct testimony, you stated on page 11 that 2 years ago the company took a hard look at performance and decided to make significant changes. And then on page 13, you state, we still have a lot of work ahead of us. Do those sound familiar?
Yes.
My question is, well, one of them is, there have been customer complaints spanning years. And it just now seems like Blue Granite is acknowledging that there are issues. Can you help me understand what's going on?
Well, I think a lot of it has to do with leadership. We've talked about that some today. My predecessor, Ms. Heigl, came in, assessed this organization from top to bottom across the organization, from operations to how we were executing projects to the resources we had internally, how we were working with our customers externally and other key stakeholders for that matter, and put in place a plan, a strategic plan to turn this ship around. And it doesn't happen overnight. There are a lot of facets to the plan, and some of it being obviously how we even execute our major projects, looking at our operations, how we engage with our customers like we've discussed at the grassroots level. And so a lot of this is in process. We have made good strides so far, but we've got many to go.
From the regulator standpoint, we are charged with economic regulation and approving rates. How do we get to a point where the customers get the service that they are paying for, the quality of service, the reliability of service at an affordable rate? Because what I'm seeing is increase, 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 and we hadn't seen any improvement much. How do we get there?
Well, I would say that we're making strides on the quality side, on the project side, and obviously a lot of this case is around the investment that we're actually putting into the systems in order to get to the improvement in quality. The $23 million of our investment will help with quality, will help with customer service down the road, and again, some of that just is going to take time.
And how does
results don't occur overnight.
I understand that. Yep. But where will we be with affordability of rates?
That is part of the challenge in this. We have a confluence of events wherein we're at an end of life of a lot of these assets. We're having to reinvest in the assets. At the same time, we have upward pressure on compliance issues from an operational cost perspective. And we're also in an economy where, quite frankly, a lot of the contracts and materials we're using are not inexpensive.
You just said with that confluence, and that's the second point you made, and it just, I heard it and it went right out of my mind.
The upward pressure from a compliance perspective.
What additional compliance issues are y'all facing at the moment?
Well,
and let's look at your system when you answer that, if you would, because you've switched from, you just lost the I-20 plant, so y'all aren't treating that. I think it's the Friars Gate plant. You're not treating that. Tell me these upward pressures from the environmental side.
We have in the past had compliance issues. We are putting more attention to those compliance issues. We are focusing in the operations team, and we have dedicated resources now that are solely focused on compliance. Do you want to?
We have a young lady that works for us out of the Greenville office who is, her sole job is compliance. She looks at our NPDES permits.
Is that a new position?
been here a year, Commissioner, somewhere that range.
Since the last rate case?
Yeah, I'm sorry, yes. Her day in, day out is looking at, with her staff, is daily monitoring reports, MPDS permits, water testing. Matter of fact, right now, Commissioner, as we speak, she is actually, along with a counterpart, pulling the first PFAS, PFOA test for Blue Granite Water Company. That's the proactive stance that this new management is taking. We're trying to get ahead and protect these customers, to your point, to demonstrate to them that we are trying to do the right thing. So she's down in the Sumter area right now. That's the commitment that we've put into this.
So let me just ask, based on what you're telling me and based on your testimony, was management deficient in before this new management team got in here?
I have a hard time, I don't know any of the people that were here before myself other than Ms. Heigl, so it's hard for me to comment on them.
Well, based on the state of the company as you found it, does it appear that there was deficient management, deficient operations, deficiencies that let things get to the point where we are?
I would say that there were some deficiencies within the operations of the company.
You mentioned this employee with that does the environmental, ecological stuff. Tell me, how many full-time employees does Blue Granite have in South Carolina right now?
I'll have to verify for you, but I think we're right around 50, Commissioner.
50?
Yeah, I think that's,
okay.
And I may be light on that number, so I apologize.
Does that include Mr. Denton? Because you have more than one state, so I mean, does that include the management team that operates in more than one?
Doesn't include North Carolina.
Okay. Do you know if, is that number greater or lesser or the same than the last rate case? In 2017 docket, I think?
Should, with the contract ops. Yeah, with the contract ops in the Midlands, the number should be lower.
Okay. And now, and do you know how many employees were how many employees left or were let go because of the contract operations in the Midlands, or signing the contract with Clean Water Solutions?
That's a tricky question, because part of the reason I had to go to contract ops was because I couldn't fill positions. So there were a wealth of open positions at the time, which led us to the point that we're at now.
And if you need to update that number, you can get your audit witness to update it for you, if you would.
We will.
I don't mean to have, let me explain my outburst. Y'all are the company, this is your application, and I just need to know whether you know it or whether somebody else knows it. Okay. I think you talked about that. Mr. Denton, on page 20 of your testimony, with regard to Mr. Witness DeAscendis' testimony, you've indicated that without the opportunity to receive adequate earnings, as discussed by Witness DeAscendis, Blue Granite's ability to attract and secure capital will be impaired. Yet, Witness how you pronounce his name for me? Elagusi? The gentleman. Well, I'm not calling him that.
Yeah,
what's his last name?
Olasegi.
Okay. He states that the COREX infrastructure provides both access to debt and equity capital that is not available to smaller organizations, and also states that COREX helps facilitate access to capital for the operating COREX group of companies, including Blue Granite. So my question is, which entity actually secures the capital needed for Blue Granite?
So we, in this statement, and I don't think they're opposing each other, these two statements. Blue Granite looks to our parent and its investor to provide the capital we need. If, as it states here, we're not able to receive an adequate earning or return, they would elect to potentially invest in other areas of the company other than Blue Granite.
But
it's not mutually exclusive from that perspective.
But Blue Granite, Erkin, where I'm asking, Blue Granite doesn't go out and try to access the capital market or seek capital on its own. It does so through its parent.
Its parent, right now.
Okay.
Right now, that's right.
And okay, I don't want to put words in your mouth, but I'll come back to that another time. Mr. Denton, I'm still with you with regard to the Greenville offices. At the time that the offices were moved to Greenville, you were not the president.
Correct.
Okay. And where did the president live at the time that the offices were moved to Greenville?
I believe around Greenville.
Okay. And you mentioned that Appellate, Milliken, and Duke Energy are considered peer utilities. How are those peers? Are they peers of Blue Granite or peers of Corix?
Well, they're peers from the standpoint of they are regulated utilities, and we do have discussions around regulatory construct. We do have discussions around resources. We do have discussions. We do have discussions with them on a number of different areas, and so the peer term, although we're regulated water and wastewater, Duke Energy is not, doesn't preclude the fact that we still have opportunities to discuss and meet together on common areas of interest.
It's been stated by you and a couple other people, I think, that there were difficulties in attracting talent in the Columbia market, and I think you indicated that it was difficult due to legacy brand issues in the market. Do you recall that statement?
I do.
And why was that?
Well, again, back to, I think, some of your earlier comments, we did have some operational issues. Bryce had mentioned the fact that he had issues in filling positions from an operations perspective. The same type of thing was anticipated for the administrative offices.
And so basically the company didn't have a good name. Is that a fair assessment?
Fair assessment.
And whose responsibility is that?
Legacy company.
Don't get me wrong, I appreciate a change in culture, and I hope that's where we're going. But there's got to be some responsibility somewhere for how it got there, and that's part of my concern. I can just tell you right now. Let's talk a little bit about the bulk water charges and the bulk treatment charges. Does Blue Granite take any steps to ensure that the bulk purchased water or the bulk treatment services, that those charges are at the lowest possible rates available from the bulk suppliers?
So my understanding is the majority of these are non-negotiable. They come through to us on their rate constructs, whether it's through the municipalities or cities that we've set these contracts up with.
Okay, tell me when you say my understanding. Explain that.
So as my understanding, the one that I'm aware of that I believe was negotiated was the Charlotte Interconnect.
Okay.
But that's the only one I'm aware of.
I mean, it just seems that the Blue Granite presents a sizable customer, and if there could be any break in the charges, do y'all explore that? Do you ask for it?
We would welcome that opportunity.
Do y'all act, well, have you had a chance, you haven't had a chance to negotiate, have you not?
I have not.
Where Blue Granite has contracts, where you have customers that are served for purchased water and third-party treatment services, has Blue Granite ever explored trying to work something with the water provider to give them consumption records so that the sewer charges could be based on usage rather than a flat rate?
I don't know if we've explored that.
Yeah, I can't answer that. Everything is in place, was in place before either of us were here as far as the charges and the tariffs.
From the Irmo night hearing, Mr. Denton, I recall, let me see, one of the witnesses indicating that he had heard you speak at a town council meeting, and I believe the quote was that he attributed to you, and this is hearsay, so if it's not correct, please feel free to correct it, was that you couldn't even get the camera 10 feet down the line. I'm talking about videotaping the sewer line. You recall something along those lines?
I'm not sure I exactly said it that way, but we, in certain portions of the Friars Gate collection system, and Mr. Mendenhall can speak to this as well, we have seen significant root intrusion into that system. And with the contractor that was doing a lot of the original CCTVing in that system ran into those blockages and then would have to go to another part of the system in order to continue the inspections.
Is there a program in place within the company to inspect these lines periodically, every 3 years, every 5 years, every 10 years?
So what we have established as part, we have 12 overarching maintenance guidelines that corporate has provided to us, to each one of the business units. One of those is maintenance of sanitary sewer lines. And what our goal is, Commissioner, is 10% cleaning. So on an annual basis, so that every 10 years, obviously, we clean 100% of the system on a go-forth.
And that's not new, is it?
Not that I'm aware of, no, it's not new.
Well,
it's a generally accepted practice.
Okay. So how do you get to this level of root intrusion if that's happening? If that kind of process is in place and is actually being done?
Oh, one thing I'll say too is a lot of the line that's there is clay, vitrified clay. Between the joints themselves given out over years, the hammer taps, which is basically you bust out the tap, you shove a piece of pipe inside of it.
And that's not something that the company does, right?
No, that's right. That's correct. That was what was inherited from the installation. And that was a common practice to do that back in the day. That coupled with, if you're going to grow something and you want it to grow quick and you want it to flourish, a wastewater treatment line is the best place that it's going to happen. So to have if you cut a root ball out.
Well, wait a minute. Not that I want to grow, but you're talking about, let's clarify what you're talking about, something growing there.
No.
You're talking nature, right?
Absolutely, absolutely.
Okay. You're talking roots.
Right.
Okay.
A higher power growing roots in there. But yeah, to that point, we could cut out a root ball today and it show itself by the end of the year. And it depends on what else is going down the line where it catches on it. The 10% over 10 years rule is a great rule because it has you cleaning hopefully every inch of your lines in and of themselves. There's still going to be some inadequacies from that cleaning rule too.
I've been listening to these cases for a number of years now, and I've heard that over and over, and it just doesn't seem to get any better. So that's my concern. Let's see. Mr. Mendenhall, what did I have prepared for you? You weren't expecting that, were you? You mentioned when you were listing, I think it was talking about the Shandon Interconnect, you made the comment, needed to remove the need for stopgap measures. This was in your earlier today. Do you recall that, making that comment? I think it might have been in response to questions from down the bench.
Either that or my direct, but I think it's actually in my direct file.
Tell me what you mean by stopgap measures.
At Shandon, there was if I'm not mistaken, there was a trucking of water because of the failure of the wells. So to me, the stopgap measure was the fact of bringing waters in by tanker, putting them in the hydro tank on a regular rotating basis to supply. In between that, with the failing wells and then drilling additional test wells that still did not have good water quality, that stopped that trucking of water to supply.
At what point do stopgap measures stop and an actual fix is put in?
Love to have a defined answer for that for you right now. In utilities, that's a challenge. You know, you have a well that fails or has bad water quality. The next thing that I'm going to look for is, can I drill a separate well in the same area, get to a different vein of water, have different water quality, and still provide that service? So you make those attempts to mitigate the situation that you've got. So in this case, where the water quality was so bad, and then we had to truck in water, and still we drilled, where the company drilled test wells, still trying to mitigate and find that good water source. And then at that point, to your question, I think a good water quality source was not going to be found subsurface. Then an alternative had to be made to go to the interconnect. But I don't think I can come up with a concrete answer to your question, because there's pieces that have to be evaluated.
Well, let me explain my concern.
Okay.
It seems that, or my concern is an issue's identified. Let's call them stopgap measures are instituted. Those are going to be typically expensed for the most, but most of them are going to be expensed. So we spend a few years expensing these stopgap measures, and then finally at some point we say, oops, we got to really do something. Let's put in a big capital improvement. And it just seems to always add up. Expense, 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 major capital improvement. How do we lessen any of that?
I think quicker evaluation. You know, the old rule, if when we were, and this, I've come from county government too, so forgive me. You know, we used to look at replacement values. Obviously, you know, 55% greater the value than, you know, depending on replacement. We had to look and see what the benefit was to the customer and to our citizens. Okay. To a different degree, I would say, Commissioner, that also there's a different group in. I know you've heard this multiple times today, and I'm going to reiterate it to the point that you just tell me to stop.
That'll be fine. Go ahead.
There's a different professional group here today in front of you and sitting behind myself and Mr. Denton that I think have the ability to make quicker and more qualified decisions. And I'm not saying that in an ugly fashion. I'm just saying that based on the team that we have.
Well, and Mr. Mendenhall, I'm not trying to be ugly either, but I mean, I hate to say how long I've been doing this, and do you know how many times I've heard that? We got a new management team coming in, we got new management, we got a new guy. Yep. And so I appreciate what you're saying, but you know, we'll work it together and see where we go. But and I'm very hopeful. But by the same token, I go back to, you know, how do we keep this affordable for the customers? I mean, I understand the company needs. I understand the company needs to be able to cover the expenses, and you need a rate of return for your investors. Customers need something too, and that's the challenge here for all of us, and we need your help. We can make some hard decisions, but I need answers from y'all, and I appreciate your forthrightness today. I really do. Similarly, along those stopgap measures, were you at the Lexington night hearing?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. We were still hearing some comments from down there on Spence's Point or the landings with these trucks having to go in that hauling out the sludge or pumping trucks, I reckon. That's been going on. What's happening down there? How do we get a fix? How do we get that corrected?
Well, once again, it's been evaluated by engineers, and we're looking at capital improvements there as well in the same area. But I'm familiar with the pumper trucks that you're referring to, yes.
With regard to the Clear Water Solutions, are they only managing and operating the facilities here in the Midlands?
That is correct.
Okay. Tell me, I think you were asked who owns them. Do they do any work for any other Blue Granite affiliate or any Corix affiliate? Are you aware?
Not to my knowledge, Commissioner.
Are they a local South Carolina company, or are they a regional Southeast company, or are they a national? Do you know?
I would coin them as being regional, but the operational staff they have in place are local staff.
Okay. Is there any common ownership or affiliation between Clear Water Solutions, Clean Water Solutions, Blue Granite, Corix, or any of the? I'm trying to find out if there's any affiliate transaction or affiliated basis here.
Not that I am aware of. No affiliations between them.
The gentleman that your audit person, is he going to be able to give us information on the cost of the contract? When did y'all start contracting with them? Were they during the test year or after?
Yes, during the test year. I think it was September 1.
So there'll be some things in there. With regard to the advanced metering infrastructure in the Lake Wiley area, I believe you indicated that would help with non-meter water, leak detection, that kind of thing.
That's correct.
How does that happen?
I can give you an example. We just ran into, basically over the past 2 to 3 weeks, we had a high consumption complaint from a customer, went to investigate, and basically what we were able to do was, from the point of go live with our antennas, where we're getting that constant information from the meter, we were able to show him that it was not a one-time event. We were able to show him the usage across every hour, gallon and a half, whatever it may have been, where he, his thought was that it was a misread. It was not a misread. We didn't read the meter. I mean, the computer read it for us. But we were able to show him a chart and demonstrate you have a constant feed, and we get alerts from those meters if you have continuous running of water. That's how smart it's gotten, much smarter than I am. So when we demonstrated that for him, and we worked him through the process as well, and we worked with his plumber. When it all came down to it, plumber shut off, in concert with my operational staff, shut off a valve up under the house, leak cuts off. So we helped him isolate in conjunction with his plumber. But it's amazing that he can see that flow, and you can provide that flow, and we see that data. But also to the point of the non-revenue water, just in this case where it was a continuous flow event, it alerted our staff, our company staff, to say there's an issue. So, either a phone call, an email to the point of communication earlier on this panel, reaching out and trying to mitigate that leak sooner to save the water, to help the customer so that their bill does not get outlandish. So that's the difference it's made.
But that wouldn't be non-revenue water, would it? Because y'all were billing him for that leak under his house.
Right. So the non-revenue water gets to the point of lost accuracy in meters. Meters are just like myself. The older I get, the less the parts work and the components come to play. So out of the box, a meter comes to us at 99 to just shy of 100% accuracy. As the parts move forward, it slows down. So in installing the AMIs with brand new meters in place, that's the point where any losses on those meters, we have a meter that is reading that accuracy as it came out of the box.
Well, when I'm talking about non-revenue water, let's talk about what I would call lost water on y'all's system. How's that going to help y'all identify areas of leaks or areas where water is being lost between the master meter and the customers?
So, all right, so other things we're doing too is, I initiated a program when I came in where we're actually doing small diameter meter testing and large diameter meter testing, and testing a percentage within the systems each year. So we're looking for that recapture one. Also in the Lake Wiley area, we had what was referred to as strap-on meters, where we were trying to identify, because we had a tough time back in May with some supply and production issues. But we were actually trying to identify branching out on individual legs and looking at overall flow to say, okay, we've got 50 houses that should be using this average of water. What is the actual flow going through the strap-on meter? We found, I think it was a 4-inch leak that was at the end of a new cul-de-sac, brand new construction, holiday weekend, nobody's there, but it presented that information to us. That's part of the, I'd say a part of the way we're looking for the non-revenue water not associated with end users.
Mr. Chairman, I still have a few questions, but I know it's getting time, and I think people are getting antsy out there. I'm happy to go forward, but if you're ready to break, I mean.
Okay, let's break. We'll have everybody, if everybody can be back, it is 1 o'clock, so let's come back at 1:13, 2:13, 1:13, 2:13, 2:13.
14
Okay, welcome back to our hearing in progress. I think Commissioner Belzer, you had some more questions.
Thank you. Gentlemen, thank you for your patience. I appreciate it. Let's see. I think I'm in Mr. Mendenhall's. Mr. Mendenhall, I think you discussed some wastewater collection system projects in Rollingwood, Pacala, Oakland, Palmetto Estates, and Fairwood. Does that sound familiar? And in your testimony, I wanted some clarification. What does it mean when you say that those systems were experiencing higher than normal flows during dry weather and elevated flows during rain events?
Inclination is, as we define I&I, inflow and infiltration, the inclination with that system appeared to be that it had infiltration all of the time, most likely from elevated groundwater levels that were not directly related to inflow from a rain event.
And then elevated flows during rain events?
From the inflow, cracks, root intrusions, bad taps, things of that nature.
Okay. But these are systems that y'all have already repaired and that are included in capital expenses or capital projects in this case?
Project, it was the CCTV, CIPP, and then point repairs as well.
How are these okay, Rollingwood, Pacala, Oakland, Palmetto Estates, and Fairwood, are those purchased treatment services, or is Blue Granite providing treatment in those subdivisions? Do you know?
Oakland, I've got a plan at Oakland.
And where is that located?
Sumter.
Sumter
area.
County. And Pacala's in Sumter County.
Correct. And I'm trying to remember the location of the rest to finalize the answer to your question right now.
Okay. Well, if to the extent that I&I is a problem in these systems and they're purchased water, are the increased flow due to I&I under current rates, those are being flowed back, the customers are having to foot those, or the cost of that I&I, are they not?
So just for clarity, you made the comment purchase water.
I'm sorry, purchase treatment services.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yep. Without the removal of the ionized, if it goes through a metering system, it is treated as, that's correct. It would be charged by the gallon it's going through.
Well, and even on those systems where Blue Granite owns the treatment facility, there would be increased cost just because the flow is heavier and you're having to treat more effluent. Is that correct?
That's correct, yes.
Do you have any idea how long those systems were experiencing those higher or elevated flow levels prior to these projects being started?
I can't speak to that, Commissioner.
When did you come on board?
Been with the overall company, the Atlantic Business Unit, for 3 years. Officially took over, or South Carolina came under my purview as well in April 1 of 19.
There were several references to the Atlantic Business Unit. What states or what companies?
So that'd be Carolina Water Service of North Carolina, Tennessee Water Service, and then also Blue Granite Water Company. Three entities. And
is that still called the Atlantic Division? And that y'all are operating that kind of as a unit now, is that correct?
That's correct.
Yep. Let's talk about the solid interceptor tanks, and I just want to be clear on this. As you sit there right now at 2:20 on Wednesday, the company is not in agreement with ORS's position on the solids, the charge for the LETS tanks. Is that correct?
I cannot say we're in 100% agreement, just to the points that I made earlier.
That's where I was going, but are y'all still discussing?
We have not at this point, but I'd still coin it the way I did earlier. We're very close.
Who owns the solids interceptor tanks?
It's a split. Part of them are the ownership of the property owner. Others are the ownership of the company.
So what happens with the ones that are under the ownership of the company? Who's responsible for cleaning those out?
From my standpoint, they would fall under the same policy if we agreed to it, is that the homeowner would make us aware, one, if we had an issue there that it needed to be pumped out, or two, it would be put on a regular routine cycle of pumpage 3 to 5 years.
Okay, the company owns the Let's tank, but the customer has to pay for the clean out? That's what you're saying?
For the contribution into the Let's tank, yes.
Why would that not be treated as any other part of the company-owned plant?
To me, it's a device on the private property that's handling that systematic waste right from the home in and of itself before it's conveyed to a larger line. So it's almost to the point of a, septic. Well, I mean, it's a septic tank in essence, in all honesty, that's maintained on the property.
Go through my notes from your. Let's see. I want to go back to Clearwater Solutions. When did y'all start using Clearwater Solutions in the Midlands?
Should have been September 1 of 19.
And how are they charging? Is it a set contract price? Is it by the time they put in, by the number of times y'all call them out? Do you know?
It's going to be to my knowledge, it is a base monthly rate based on that has a multitude of things in it, I'm sure, but based on their operation of those Midland facilities.
Has, with regard to what they're charging, do you know if it's, how it compares when you had employees, in-house employees? Is this less expensive, more expensive, the same thing?
I can't confirm an answer to that.
Okay. I think that'll end it. Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Commissioners. Any other questions? Okay, Mr. Welborn, any redirect?
Mr. Denton, first, just a couple things for you. You were asked about investments that the company has had to make in the system. My question is, are those investments limited to Blue Granite as a utility in South Carolina, or are there other utilities that are experiencing the same kinds of things?
So let me just clarify. You're saying not particularly our investments, you're saying investments in general in the water and wastewater space? Is that?
I'm just wondering, the rate here is what it is, and the company has had to make investments. Are those types of investments limited to a company like Blue Granite, or other utilities experiencing the same kind of thing?
No, other utilities are definitely experiencing the same kind of things. Actually, a number out of EPA, their EPA projects that over the next 20 years that they'll need to be in the water side of the business in the United States, $475 billion worth of investment.
Thank you. And what has the company accomplished through its investments as related to this rate case?
Well, as stated in my testimony, we've made some significant efforts on the capital side to focus in on the systems that were, through a prioritization, the ones that were most critical, whether that was the Shandon system, the interconnection with the City of Charlotte, the Friars Gate system. All of those that were listed in my testimony were deemed as critical.
Counsel for ORS asked about the JLL benchmarking report. Were the company's upfit costs higher or lower than the benchmark numbers cited in that report?
Lower.
You don't happen to have those numbers in front of you, do you?
I do.
I think it's in your testimony, so we don't need to get into it if it's not readily accessible. But
Well, I know that our unit cost was $155 per square foot. or excuse me, $115 per square foot.
That's fine.
Yeah, those are the gross numbers. So but anyway, the gross numbers were for, comparable for the Charlotte figure was $646,000 for a similar size and similar type upgrade. And then the average for a domestic city in the report was $631,000 compared to our $495,000.
I don't know how much of a math person you are. Could you hazard a guess as the percentage difference between those? 25%, something like a quarter.
Not without my HP.
That's all right. Don't worry about it. Council had also asked about the relocation of the company and new employees. Has the company made new hires since relocating to Greenville?
Yes, we actually have 8 new employees since relocating.
Do you recall during Discovery whether those names and credentials were produced to ORS in Discovery?
I do believe they were.
Could I get the Elmo, please, Mr. Erskine? And I am not an Elmo expert, so I'll try my best here. But do these look like an accurate summary of the credentials of those 8 employees hired for after the relocation to Greenville?
With the exception of, I believe there's some master degree candidates up there. They've actually received their master's degrees. But other than that, it looks accurate.
Could you take another look, please?
Let's see. Oh, I've got an older version. Okay.
Mr. Chairman.
That actually is accurate, yes.
Since this has been authenticated by Mr. Denton as an accurate summary of those credentials, I would ask that it be entered into the record as the next hearing exhibit.
Mr. Chairman, we object to this. This was not included in the testimony that was filed by Mr. Denton, either in his rebuttal or his direct testimony.
Well, this is redirect, and South Carolina Rule of Evidence 1006 permits us to provide a summary of evidence in the case.
Okay, we'll allow it.
Thank you. Also provide a local copy if that would be easier.
Is that what you need?
Thank you. And one final question on this issue. Mr. Dent, did it cost more to relocate and upfit an office in Greenville as compared to, say, relocating to another office in the Columbia, West Columbia area, or another area for that matter?
No. In fact, as I look at the costs, and especially the upfit costs, in my experience, they are actually quite reasonable.
Thank you. Mr. Menahall, just a couple things for you as well. Counsel for IRMO asked about past rates and whether the associated costs in the past had been invested in the system. I know you're not a rates witness, so I'll be careful here, but are rate cases based on a historic test year that include audited financials and that kind of thing? Yes. So the company wouldn't include numbers in the case, and ORS wouldn't allow it, and the commission wouldn't allow it, had those dollars not actually been invested in the system previously.
Correct.
Thank you. There was discussion of root balls in a portion of the company's system. Do you know offhand how long or how many linear feet the system consists of? Just ballpark. I mean, it's not a small system, right? Multiple.
I think we cleaned in excess of 100,000 feet, so we're probably 500,000 feet in there, I'd say.
Thank you. Counsel for ORS brought up subdivision goals related to non-revenue water. You did see Mr. Marr's revised testimony that was circulated earlier this week, right?
Yeah, my apologies for that to the commission, yes.
And counsel had asked about purchased water and well water. Were you involved in the last rate case, or do you have general knowledge of the last rate case?
I was not involved in the last rate case.
Okay. Counsel for ORS asked about subdivision-specific goals. Did you provide in your rebuttal testimony subdivision-specific water loss figures?
Yes, we did.
Did you also provide in your rebuttal testimony what the company was doing as related to non-revenue water, including specific steps that it was taking in particular subdivisions?
Yes.
So all that's in your rebuttal testimony, correct?
Yes, sir.
We've talked at length about what the company's doing with regard to non-revenue water. Do you have any additions to make as related to that topic?
Not at this time.
Changing gears a little bit, customer workshops were brought up. Do you recall or do you know how often the company holds customer workshops?
We've held multiple ones in the time I've been in South Carolina, so monthly basis or so in multiple areas.
In the vein of water audits and non-revenue water, have you done any preliminary estimates of the potential cost of an annual water audit on the company's water systems?
Yes, as I indicated in part of my testimony, using our sister affiliate in North Carolina and some leak detection costs there, across the systems we've suggested here in South Carolina, we would be in excess of $600,000, close to $700,000.
And am I right in remembering that ORS proposed an annual water audit, so that's a per year basis, is that right?
Based on their recommendation, yes.
And do you recall also that ORS proposed a purchase water adjustment to the tune of about $250,000 as compared to the $630,000 number?
Yes.
Could the company, from an operational perspective, divide up this water audit over a couple of years or something like that to make the rate impact on customers a little bit more acceptable?
Yes, rotate the systems throughout, yes.
That's all I have, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll offer any recross on those questions if there is any. Mr. Moore.
Mr. Mendenhall, I will try and be brief. You were talking, and I wrote it down when you said it, you talked about clean water and their operations of those Midlands systems. The Midlands systems would include Friarsgate, right?
That is correct.
So actually, the operator for Friarsgate is Clean Water.
Just for clarity, Clearwater.
Clearwater.
Yes, sir.
Clearwater is the operator for Friarsgate.
That is correct.
Well, if Clearwater is an unregulated provider, right?
Yes.
Well, if Clearwater is the true operator of the Friarsgate system, what do you do? What does Blue Granite do?
Number one, we offer oversight. The permits remain, we are still the owner of the permits that operate the system. We work closely in hand with them to make determinations on capital projects, the inspections that take place, and any issues. And as you well know and we've discussed, I've spent a lot of time at Friarsgate with the rains that we've had in this past year, so I think you've seen an active presence out of Blue Granite in conjunction with Clearwater.
Actually, I think that the presence we've seen out there is Clearwater, and Blue Granite has basically worked to make sure they got out there. But truly, day in, day out operations, refurbishing, inspecting, the whole 9 yards of what's done is actually done by Clearwater, or is it Clearwater? Clearwater, and not by Blue Granite. Correct?
We hired them as a contract operator. That would be the anticipation that they would be operating the system.
So actually, by virtue of a contract between Blue Granite and the operator, we now have a public utility or a utility being operated totally by a non-regulated entity, right?
By South Carolina licensed operators.
Well, they may be licensed, but there is certainly no PSC oversight in regard to a non-regulated utility. Wouldn't you agree?
Well, that oversight comes through us, actually.
Well, but that's what I'm asking. What do you do? I mean, you've told us that the actual operation of the system is done by your contractor. I don't know what you do except have a nice office in Greenville and come down every once in a while and look and check out if your contract operator is doing something they're supposed to do.
Well, I would say it's no different than any other subcontracted service, whether that's building plants or our engineer that we subcontract with or any other component of our total operations as Blue Granite Water Company. This is a service that we have contracted with and that we are overseeing that contract on a day-to-day basis.
The thing I'm really getting to is this. My understanding, and of course I'm somewhat of a novice to this. You know a lot more about this than I could ever know. But I understand the Public Service Commission's job is to basically provide regulation over the people who are operating these utilities, which have a monopolistic power throughout certain service areas. And from what I hear, the entity which is on the ground actually running this thing by contract isn't regulated at all by the PSC. The subcontractor is actually doing it all, and y'all aren't doing anything.
Well, I would disagree with that, but the ORS actually has requested these contracts. They do review this information as they go through our review as we go through these proceedings.
How is it possible?
Mr. Chairman, I think a lot of these questions are asked and answered with respect, so I would object to the continuing nature of these questions. Thank you.
Sustained.
Thank you. Now, Mr. Mendenhall, let me ask you this. Did I hear you correctly that Clearwater is paid a set monthly fee?
That is my understanding, yes, you heard me correctly.
And I know that you're not the gentleman who knows everything about rate setting, but as I understand it, you would basically expense what you pay them each month, right?
As we had talked earlier, those would be questions for Mr. DeStefano.
But is that what you understand?
Those will be questions for Mr. DeStefano.
Okay. Well, now, would Mr. Stefano have any way to know how much profit the actual operator is making with the present payments that you're making to him or to it?
It's an improper question, Mr. Chairman. I would again object. Thank you.
Sustained.
Who would know how much profit Clearwater is making?
Cannot answer that question for you, sir.
Who would know if, when the profit is asked for in the rate, if that's being considered an expense or something else? You wouldn't know that, would you?
I would not, sir.
All right. Do you know the name of the individual at the actual operator's site who runs this operation on a day in and day out basis?
You referring to Mr. Chris Thomas or Mr. Scott Banks? Which one?
I don't know. Are those,
okay. It's both of those.
Both of them. Scott
Banks is actually on site at the Friars Gate office all the time.
All right. Thank you again for answering my questions.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Okay. Ms. Valtorta.
I was reminded of this by Commissioner Belser's question. Mr. Mendenhall, do you know who owns the Let's tanks at 40 Love Point? Because we do not know that. We don't know whether the homeowners own them or whether Blue Granite does.
I'd have to go back and look at our breakdown to be able to answer you specifically, but I would be happy to do that.
Great. So I can ask someone else this question, like Mr. DeStefano or Mr. DeShendis, and they will tell me? Because this has actually come up quite often in our neighborhood as a question. The other thing is, in the tariff, the amended tariff, it said you will decide, Blue Granite would decide how often these solid interceptor tanks would have to be serviced. How often is that? Have you decided with the ORS how often that will be?
We have not. I mean, there's a suggestion or recommendation of a 3 to 5 year time frame. That's going to vary by the owner themselves and their actual habits what they may or may not put in the system.
So we're going to have, who decides that? How are we going to find out? Because if we have to have this service done, we need to know how often.
And what the discussion may need to be is starting a clean rotation. And then as you go through that, as we, inspect tanks or customers have issues, their cleaning process may, accelerate or decelerate based on their habits.
Okay, so you're going to notify us of this through the bills or something like that, I guess.
We'll do an outreach, that's correct.
All right. And and also, is there going to be some kind of a meter put on these tanks? It says that in the tariff as well.
I would have to look at, I'm not familiar with that particular piece of language.
Wondering, I want to know how much it's going to cost and whether we're going to be responsible for paying for it.
Paying for?
This meter being put on at everyone's house.
I'm assuming this is associated with the cleaning of it.
Visual inspection port. How much would that cost? If you could ask, and I'll ask someone else.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Any others? Okay.
Mr. Chairman?
Mr. Chairman, ORS. Mr. Denton, I believe you testified that the company considered other areas before it relocated to Greenville.
Yes.
Is that correct? What other areas did the company consider?
Well, it's in the CBRE report. I know we looked at Columbia and West Columbia.
Did you look at price spaces for offices in those areas?
I don't know if that was performed or not. I know that in the analysis that was done through the CBRE report they looked at those areas.
That's referring to, but you don't know as far as looking at the cost of running an office or upfitting an office, whether that was looked at.
I do not know if that was done.
Am I correct? You've testified to legacy brand issues the company was experiencing, correct?
We have had some, yes.
And you've testified.
Mr. Chairman, I don't think this issue was covered in cross or redirect, excuse me.
It was raised in redirect because the company brought up these new employees that they say have relocated to Greenville.
We can talk about the new employees if you'd like, but my objection to this question stands.
Okay. Sustained.
No further questions.
Thank you. Commissioner Belser, I think you had another question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Gentlemen, I want to ask about these new employees, and specifically, Mr. Knowles, can I get you to jiggle the Elmo so that that thing can pop back up on the screen, please? Thank you. Specifically, I'm looking at the Ms. Mills' experienced customer service as part of her experience, and Ms. Arnold, certified purchasing manager. Are those, is Ms. Mills providing customer service through the Greenville office? Isn't that one of the aspects that Blue Granite contracts with the Corex group to provide those services?
Well, so Ms. Mills, she actually does, when we have certain alerts, and from an operational perspective, she works with getting those alerts out, whether it's boil water alert, working with our corporate offices to make sure that that information flows out to our customer base.
But
so she is a link between our operations and our customer group.
What about Ms. Arnold with certified purchasing manager? I thought that was one of the arguments or assertions that needing the Corex group, that they are providing centralized purchasing for economies of scale and all these other myriad reasons given.
Right.
Are y'all doing purchasing through the Greenville office that you need a?
We actually do both.
Why is that not duplicative?
Well, because in some cases wherein we actually have and look for larger global contracts, we do have specific local contracts as well, very much like lawn services and those types of things. And so it's done in both arenas.
How about the CPA? They're not providing tax analysis and advice in the Greenville office, are they? This is the second one on the list.
Oh, KP. KP's part of our financial planning group, and she helps actually prepare for cases like this.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Gentlemen, thank you for your testimony, and you may step down. If we're ready, we'll call the next witness.
The company would next call Mr. Sean Elisegi, and there is a question as to whether we're ready or not.
Sam, I am online and have a video.
Hey, hello, Mr. Elisegi. We're going to turn you up a little bit, I think. Can we get him a little louder? Okay. And make him reappear. Okay, let's test your mic and make sure we can hear you, sir.
Testing 1, 2, 3.
Okay, good. Okay, now before we begin with Mr. Elisegi, did I say that right?
Yes, sir.
Good. I think I have to swear you in. And we'll do this. This is a special swear for video conferencing. So if you'll raise your right hand, do you swear or affirm that the testimony you offer today is your own testimony of your own personal knowledge, given without assistance from any other person, and that any materials you refer to in the course of testifying have been pre-filed with the Commission?
I do.
Thank you. Okay. Let's go. You may begin, Mr. Welborn.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for this accommodation. We appreciate it.
And let's make sure with Mr. Elisegi that there's a little bit of delay, so we don't want to talk over anyone, so that Ms. Tackett can record everything.
Yes, sir. Good afternoon, Mr. Elisegi. Would you please state your name for the record?
Sean Elisegi.
And by whom are you employed and in what capacity?
I'm employed by Quarks Infrastructure, Inc. I'm an Executive Vice President of Risk Management.
And did you prepare or cause to be prepared 33 pages of pre-filed direct testimony?
I did.
If I asked you the same questions that were asked in your pre-filed direct testimony this afternoon, would your answers be the same?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Chairman, I would ask that Mr. Elisegi's pre-filed direct testimony be entered into the record as if given orally from the stand.
Mr. Elisegi's pre-filed direct testimony will be entered into the record as though given orally from the stand.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And through Order 2020-41, the Commission granted the company's request for confidential treatment of certain portions of Mr. Elisegi's pre-filed direct testimony. We would ask that the confidential version of Mr. Elisegi's pre-filed direct testimony remain under seal.
It will,
whether that's necessary, but
it will remain under seal.
Thank you, sir.
Confidential version.
Mr. Elisegi, did you also prepare or cause to be prepared 2 exhibits that were attached to your pre-filed direct testimony?
Yes, sir.
And do you have any changes to those exhibits at this time?
No, sir.
And Mr. Chairman, I would ask that Mr. Elisegi's pre-filed exhibit number 1, which was public, be entered into the record as the next hearing exhibit.
Mr. Elisegi's pre-filed exhibit number 1, which is public, will be entered as hearing exhibit number 12. Number 12. Nope, excuse me, I lied. Number 13.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And again, Commission Order 2020-41 granted confidential treatment of Mr. Elisegi's confidential exhibit number 2, We would therefore ask that his confidential exhibit number 2 be entered as the next hearing exhibit as a confidential hearing exhibit and that it remain under seal.
Mr. Elasegi's confidential exhibit number 2 will be entered as exhibit number 14 and will remain under seal.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Mr. Elisegi, would you now please provide a summary of your pre-filed testimony for the Commission?
Yes. The purpose of my direct testimony is to describe the relationship of Corix to Blue Granite Water Company, describe the nature of certain corporate shared services provided by Corix to Water Service Corporation, which in turn provides a suite of support services to Blue Granite under an existing affiliate interest agreement. Describe how the costs for those services are charged to Blue Granite, and support the necessity and reasonableness of costs of those services provided to Blue Granite. Corix provides certain corporate services to our operating utility affiliates such as Blue Granite. In addition, Corix provides Blue Granite and other affiliated utility companies access to capital that is not available to smaller organizations. The Corix companies possess technical and industry expertise in all facets of sustainable water and wastewater systems, including innovative technologies, operating tools, and regulatory resources. The service Corix provides to Blue Granite include accounting, corporate communication services, corporate governance, executive management and strategic oversight, financial management, human resources, health, safety and environmental, internal audit, and information technology governance. These centralized corporate services allow the sharing of overhead costs and expertise across numerous Corix utility businesses, achieving economies of scale that could not be achieved on a standalone basis. The centralization also allows for improved employee technical expertise, specialization, and work performance. The cost to provide services are allocated to Blue Granite under a reasonable cost allocation methodology based on widely used and accepted regulatory principles. The charges for services ultimately provided to Blue Granite are only those actually incurred to provide the service with no markup, and the costs are consistent with the reasonable price for furnishing such services. To ensure this is the case, we first compare the cost of charges on a per-regulated retail customer basis to the same charges for utility companies that file the FERC Form 60 annual reports of service companies. In addition, we evaluate the cost for each of the corporate services by reviewing the salaries of the individuals providing the services and comparing those to market salaries for hourly rates or hourly rates that would be charged by outside providers of equivalent services. In sum, Corix provides necessary services to Blue Granite at reasonable cost. Moreover, due to the sharing of these services, we are able to take advantage of economies of scale, resulting in lower charges to Blue Granite than if Blue Granite provided the services itself. The corporate service costs included in the revenue requirement are necessary, beneficial to customers, and are in the public interest. Mr. Chairman, I would like to thank the Commission for allowing me to provide my video testimony. This concludes my testimony summary.
Thank you, Mr. Elisegi. And Mr. Commissioner and Chairman and Commissioners, excuse me, given Mr. Elisegi's position, he can answer questions related to the Clearwater Solutions contract in the context of the parent company and corporate structure, and whether it is or is not part of that corporate structure. But I would also note that Mr. DeStefano, as mentioned earlier, can answer questions as to the contract with Clearwater Solutions, including whether that contract was produced in discovery, underlying costs, whether those costs were audited, and that kind of thing. So that's all I have. And Mr. Elisegi, if you would please make yourself available for questions from council or the commission. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. 40 Love, questions.
I just want to know, how does the relationship between Corix and Blue Granite affect the amount of risk that Blue Granite is able to take on? I mean, does this mean because Corix is the parent company, does that mean that Blue Granite can take on more risk with regard to how much capital they have in store and how much they charge. And with regard to things like floods, the possibility of floods happening and that sort of thing.
Ultimately, Blue Granite, as a regulated utility, needs to make reasonable decisions under the circumstance. And while Corks provides access to equity capital, the relationship does not change Blue Granite's obligation to make reasonable and prudent determinations under the circumstances that it and its customers face.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Valtorta. Department of Consumer Affairs. Thank you. Town of Irmo, Mr. Moore.
Mr. Elisagi, who is your employer?
My employer is Water Service Corporation.
And what is your title with Water Service Corporation?
My statutory employer is Water Service Corporation. I am the Executive Vice President of Risk for Corks Infrastructure, Inc.
All right. Well, let me ask you this way. You just gave a summary of your testimony that you appeared to be reading from a piece of paper. Did you read that?
Yes, I did.
Now, before you testified, you gave a sworn statement that none of your testimony was given with any assistance from any third party. Did somebody write that for you?
Mr. Chairman, is there a procedural issue that needs to be taken up as related to that? I would object to the question. Testimony summaries are routinely read before the commission.
I'm sustaining that.
May I be heard? We have an issue of credibility here. This gentleman testified that the summary he gave, now I may not know much about PSC procedure, but I do know about court procedure, and credibility is an issue. He testified that that summary was prepared by him and was not with assistance from anybody. Then he sat down and read it from a piece of paper that somebody apparently prepared it for him. And if that's the case, what he just testified to is absolutely untrue, under oath, and it does give rise to a very serious credibility issue with everything this man has said and is saying.
Mr. Chairman, I would humbly suggest that the commission is free to weigh the credibility of our witnesses.
And that's why I would like to ask the question, because you can't weigh it unless you hear the testimony.
Every witness we have, Mr. Moore, reads their summary from that's prepared in front of them, and he's sworn that it's his.
My problem is this. I have no problem with him reading the summary. But what he testified to is that it was his testimony and was prepared with no outside assistance. And I'll bet you dollars to donuts, if I ask him, somebody helped him write that statement. And if that's true, that is absolutely contrary to his testimony under oath.
Okay, Mr. Moore, discussion with Mr. Dong, this is a summary, and it's really not, I don't think, germane to his credibility, so I think we're gonna continue on.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Mr. Elisagi, let me ask you this. Did you have any part in the negotiations of the contract with a company known as Clearwater Solutions?
No, sir.
Do you know who did?
Yes, sir.
Who did?
I know the signatory to the contract is Catherine Heigl.
I simply want to know who negotiated the doctrine, the document.
My assumption is that Ms. Heigl, who signed the contract as the president of the company, was involved in negotiations of the contract.
Well, sir, you told me, first of all, that you know who negotiated it, and now you tell me you assume you know who negotiated. Which of those two things is true?
Sir, I know that Ms. Heigl signed the contract, and I assume that based on her signature, much like the contracts I sign, I participate in negotiations.
All right. Let me ask you this. How was it? Well, first of all, Clearwater Solutions is paid how much per month?
Approximately $212,000 per month.
How was that number arrived at?
I do not know.
If you don't know, sir, who would?
I assume that the individuals who negotiated the contract, including Ms. Heigl, who signed the contract, may know how the number was derived.
Are they paid a flat fee?
In part.
How much of what they're paid is a flat fee?
The flat fee includes a repair and maintenance budget that may be returned if the total amount is not spent, and if the amount is exceeded, may be charged to the company.
Well, how much is the flat fee?
Approximately $212,000 per month.
Let us assume they do nothing in the month of March 2020. They do absolutely nothing. Will they still get paid $200,000?
They'll be in breach of their contract.
What do they have to do for in March of 2020? What do they have to do?
Sir, I have not thoroughly digested the contract, but they have to maintain and operate the Midland systems.
Yes, sir, but at this point in time in Friarsgate, at least that's the part I'm interested in, the effluent is collected, sent over a set of lines, goes into the city of Columbia, and is processed by the city. I'm trying to figure out what it is this March 2020, what it is that they have to do for that $200,000 payment.
Among other things, manage, operate, maintain, and assume all responsibilities, obligations, and commitments associated with the contract. Among other things, make electrical repairs to system components, maintain the mission communication SCADA system, pay the subscription costs of that system, provide ongoing training and education for personnel, maintain an employee safety program, and other requirements in order to operate the water, wastewater distribution systems and facilities within the Midlands area.
So they're doing everything.
They are contract by contract operating the Midlands region systems.
Basically, they do everything.
They do not bill. They do not provide customer service. They do not do everything, sir.
Other than billing and providing customer service, they do everything else.
They do not own the system. They operate and maintain the system.
I didn't ask you who owned it. I asked you what they did.
And I told you they operate and maintain the system, sir.
Right. So by virtue of the contract that you have signed, we now have a non-regulated utility, operating utility within the town of Irmo, South Carolina. Isn't that right?
You have a contractor and you have a regulated entity, Blue Granite Water Service Company, subject to the oversight of this commission, as well as both the operational supervision and economic oversight. So I disagree with you.
Do they get any money over and above the $200,000 and some odd a month you're paying them?
Not to my knowledge, unless, as I mentioned, the repair and maintenance budget exceeds the allowed amount.
Well, if the repair and maintenance budgets exceed the allowed amounts, do they get paid more money?
They get paid, as I told you earlier, if the repair and maintenance allotment is exceeded, they get paid the cost of that allotment or the cost of the excess.
All right. What profit do they make out of the amount of money you pay them?
I do not know.
Sir, is it possible they make more than 10%?
Anything is possible.
Is it possible they make more than 20%?
Anything is possible.
Is it possible they make more than 30%?
It's also possible that they make less and that they make no return like this company did during the test period.
Didn't ask you that, did I?
Well, you asked me if it was possible, and I told you it was possible that they do not earn a return.
I didn't ask you if it's possible they don't earn a return. I asked you if it's possible they make more than a 30% return. The answer to that question is yes, isn't it? The answer to that question is yes, isn't it?
Anything is possible.
Yes, sir. Well, so we know then that the contractor actually operating the system can be making far in excess of 10%, right?
Objection, Mr. Chairman. That assumes facts, not in evidence.
Mr. Chairman,
Sustained.
Mr. Chairman, he said this is the man they said that knows.
For what it adds, and this isn't my time, but Mr. DeStefano can answer contract-related questions.
Well, that's a contract-related question.
He's not Mr. DeStefano, though. This is Mr.
What is your job, Mr. Elisage? It's Elisage. What's your job?
I'm the Executive Vice President of Risk Management.
I see. Well, risk management would include what?
Risk management includes 4 functions. I have the legal function, internal audit function, health, safety, environment function, and the insurance function.
Now, in regard to the internal audit functions, does anybody from your company audit Clearwater Solutions in order to determine what kind of money they're making?
We have not audited Clearwater Solutions.
Do you have the right to do that?
I do not know. I told you I have not thoroughly reviewed the contract or digested the entire contract.
All right. You say that you're involved in risk management. Were you actually involved at all in the negotiation of the agreement with Clearwater Solutions?
No, the contract was signed before I joined the company.
How long have you been with the company?
I joined this company in September of 2019.
When you refer to this company, what does this company consist of?
This company is Quarks Infrastructure, Inc., which owns subsidiaries that operate in the United States, Canada, and Alaska.
And how many companies does it own as subsidiaries?
Over 30.
And do those subsidiary companies own any subsidiaries?
Yes.
How many total companies?
Mr. Chairman, I'm not sure where we're going with this, so I'm going to object on relevance.
I'll withdraw that. I'll withdraw that question. Sir, do you know anything at all about how the residents of the Friarsgate subdivision are charged for sewer?
Can you define anything at all?
Well, do you know that they're charged either a flat rate or by the gallon?
I do not know if they have a volumetric rate or a flat rate for sewer.
All right. Do you know how Blue Granite is charged by the City of Columbia for sewer?
I do not, sir.
All right. Who would I have to ask those questions to?
I can only make an assumption that Mr. Denton, Mr. Mendenhall, and Mr. DeStefano know.
Have you ever dealt with anybody from Clearwater Solutions?
No, sir.
All right. Thank you very much for answering my questions.
Thank you. Mr. Knowlton. Thank you. Mr. Dover. ORS. Commissioners. Commissioner Howard. Cut your microphone on, Commissioner. I just told you, Mr. Kendrick, that I was going to not mess up again on you, and I just skipped right over you. That's two. It's the first time ever I've had two mistakes in one day. So please, you go next. Same guy, too. Yeah. Commissioner Hamilton said that 2 mistakes is subject to check.
Mr. Olasegi, thank you. In your direct testimony, you provided some commentary about the social media monitoring component of your group. Would you explain what that is, please?
Yes, sir. We have a corporate communication function that monitors social media, that monitors broadcast media, and that monitors print media, including the issuance of notices internally when we are identified in the press.
So does that monitor anytime there's a hit on a corporate name, region of service? Is it a response mechanism that you get alerted to commentary by some third parties about your company?
It focuses on the Corix name, so we do receive notifications, for example, when Corix was identified in media in Alberta.
Very good. You also, in that same section, you spoke about interaction by reaching out to the local jurisdictions for purposes of crisis management. Is that in response to the social media monitoring as well?
It is in response to significant crises. Local teams also have local individuals who provide responses to local crises.
Would boil water alerts be local crises?
Boil water alerts would be items identified by local or addressed by local businesses, yes.
Would that be part of your health and safety component of your group?
There is an interaction between the health and safety individual embedded in the business unit as well with the corporate health and safety team, yes.
So you're aware of the boil water alerts in the Lake Wiley region of York County, South Carolina?
I've been made aware of boil water alerts, a number of them, yes.
And notices to customers? Apologize.
No, sir, I apologize. I'm not aware of everyone, and I have not seen notices to customers.
Are you aware of notices of water service interruption in York County, South Carolina?
I am not, sir.
Were you aware of publishing notice of the water connection to Charlotte?
No, sir. When did that occur?
Late last year.
Yeah, I'm not aware of that.
So of business interruption or water service interruption and water advisories or boil water advisories, of those two elements, your group is familiar with the boil water advisories in York County?
My group on the HSE side consists of 5 employees who interact with individuals like Rebecca Coates in South and North Carolina, and Ms. Coates is an employee or embedded within the business unit. So we are aware. Ms. Coates, for example, coordinates with us notices to the Department of Health and Environmental, I think it's called DHEC in South Carolina.
Yes. So if those, and this I'm coming to a conclusion, if those comments by consumers or customers in York County are on social media, is your social media analysis looking for Corix's name or Blue Granite's name in context of boil water advisories or business interruption?
The corporate would be focused on Corix's name, and individuals within Blue Granite business would be focused on Blue Granite.
Do each of your group monitor both names, both corporate names as subsidiaries?
Which groups? I'm sorry.
A Blue Granite, for instance, would Blue Granite be monitored by the same social group, media group that's looking at Corks' name in social media?
Blue Granite would monitor its name locally, and we would monitor the Corks name.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Kendry. I'm not going to promise I won't mess up again since I hadn't been good on my promise, but I'll certainly try not to. Okay, Commissioner Howard.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Commissioner.
Please explain your company's cost-benefit analysis approach when determining whether outside services should be procured versus doing it in-house.
So when we analyze procurement of a service, for example, legal services, we assess what internal resources we have, determine whether they are capable of providing the service, or whether the service is better provided by a local provider external to the company, and we assess the competitiveness of costs in those circumstances.
Are you familiar with the NARUT guidelines for cost allocation and affiliate transactions for regulated utilities?
I'm familiar with the components of it embedded in the cost allocation manual.
Do you follow those guidelines?
Yes, we do, sir.
Does your company cost allocation manual document prevailing market prices in its allocation methodology?
I believe it does, sir, yes.
Are your corporate allocations, cost allocations, equal among all your affiliates?
Yes, sir.
Does the company ever deviate from your cost allocation methods for allocating costs?
There's one deviation documented in the manual, that is cost allocated to a business that has its own management stream, but relies upon a small amount of services provided by Corks Infrastructure, Inc.
I'm sorry, will you repeat that? I'm sorry.
Yes, sir, there is one deviation documented in the cost allocation manual. There is a business that has a separate line of management but does receive some service from Corks Infrastructure, Inc., and that is documented in the manual.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Commissioners, other questions? Commissioner Belzer.
Good afternoon. Thank you for your testimony today. With regard to the cost allocation manual, has it undergone any kind of peer review or outside review for compliance with the NARUT guidelines for cost allocation and affiliate transactions?
Yes, it has.
And who would have done that review?
A gentleman by the name of Pat Behrenberg.
Just one person? It doesn't have to go any kind of review by any association or entity, other entity?
No, ma'am. Not to my knowledge. It has not been reviewed by anyone other than Mr. Behrenbrook and then regulatory agencies that have reviewed cost allocations.
Is Mr. Behrenbrook, is he in the Corks group of companies, or is he an outside consultant?
He is a consultant, ma'am.
Outside?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. In your direct testimony and also in your summary, you made reference that the charges for the services ultimately provided to Blue Granite are provided without markup. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And let me just back up a minute. Are we how many of Corix affiliates are providing services to Blue Granite? Can you list those for me? Water Services Corporation is one, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Any others?
Corix Infrastructure, Inc. and Corix US, Corix Services US, Inc.
Okay. Now, if I'm curious about providing the services with no markup. Explain that statement to me, would you?
Yes, ma'am. Many of the services are based on labor, so it is the loaded cost of labor that is allocated. Another item that is procured centrally, insurance. Insurance was allocated in 2018, 2019, and will be directly charged in 2020.
Well, let's talk about.
So when I say no, oh, I apologize.
No, go ahead.
Markup. I'm referencing the labor costs. The loaded labor cost is charged at the cost recorded on the company's, in this instance, CII's general ledger.
And I'm not going to get into the details, but I believe those are the figures included in your confidential testimony. Would that be correct? The labor cost?
Those are the salaries are included in confidential exhibit. Yes, ma'am.
And, well, not the exhibit. In your confidential testimony, there were references to per hour rates, I believe?
Yes, so some of the references to per hour rates were to third-party services and some were internally. Yes.
Well, are those the rates that would be charged to Blue Granite for those services?
Yes, ma'am.
Well, and shortly after you talked about in your testimony that the services were provided with no markup, you also stated that the costs are consistent with the reasonable price for furnishing such services. So explain that part to me.
That is an assessment made based on two comparisons: the cost provided by other service companies, and in some instances, a reference to a cost by a third party, i.e. an external consultant that would provide a similar service.
Water Services Company, the Corix, I think in the testimony, I'm not sure if it's a 2 or II, but I reckon II, infrastructure. But are those companies true service companies, or are those companies intended to turn a profit for Corix? And when I say true service companies, just to be able to provide services to the affiliates, or is Corix getting a profit from them? I'm just trying to drill down a little bit.
I believe they are true service companies, ma'am. So, for instance, WSC is the statutory employer of individuals like me, and my salary is a cost of doing service. It has no markup on that cost, and it does not generate a profit for its shareholder.
You mentioned in your testimony the affiliate interest agreement, and that's between WSC and Blue Granite, I believe. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Are you aware do you know if that agreement has ever been provided to this commission for review?
I am not aware. I do not know.
Do you know if it has been provided to the Office of Regulatory Staff for review?
I do not know if it was provided to the ORS in discovery or for review.
In your testimony, you made a comparison of support services of utilities reporting to FERC to provide justification for cost of water and wastewater utilities. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
How do FERC companies, which are electric, how does that compare to these costs for water and wastewater companies? Or FERC is
Really,
go ahead.
Two respects. One, some of the companies are service companies that provide services to operating affiliates, some in the local distribution or LDC gas business. But fundamentally, the services of account, customer maintenance, billing, customer care, management, supervision, health, safety, and environment are services that exist in utility operations. They may have a unique bent in some instances working with electrical devices, but we do have electrical training programs within this company. So the comparison is based on the nature of the service that the service company provides, not the underlying commodity service provided by the regulated entity.
On what basis are the shared services of the Corex affiliates and WSC billed to Blue Granite? Is it on a customer basis? How is that handled?
The first allocation is based upon what is known as the composite allocator, which has three components. It has, I just have to pull it up if I may. It is in a discovery request, but I want to make sure that I identify it and speak to it correctly.
When you say a discovery request, that was a discovery request that one of the parties propounded on Blue Granite?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Thank you.
So the composite allocator has three elements: gross revenue, which is 33%, headcount, which is 33%, and gross property, plant, and equipment, which is 33%. So the first allocation is made at that level, and then within WSC, some costs are allocated based on ERCs or equivalent ERCs. I forget the acronym now.
And that's used across all the Corex companies? The allocator?
The tier one allocation, but the composite allocator is used across the Corex companies, with the exception that I noted that is documented in the manual.
And then where does it go? I believe that's on page 23 of your testimony, your direct, about the tier one allocation.
Yes, ma'am. So in a simplistic way, a tier one allocation is made to WSC, Water Service Corporation, which is then allocated based on ERCs to its business units: Texas, Atlantic, Florida, Southern, South Carolina, West, South, Midwest. Tier one allocation is made to Alaska, and a tier one allocation is made to contract utilities. Within WSC, the allocation is based upon ERCs.
Thank you very much. Appreciate your testimony.
Thank you. Commissioners, any other questions? Commissioner Irvin.
Sir, Commissioner Belser asked you whether or not any of your contracts have been submitted to the Commission for approval, and your answer was no.
Not to my knowledge, sir.
Were you aware that the Public Service Commission has a regulation, 103-541, that requires that contracts be approved?
I'm aware of the regulation, sir. I do not know if the affiliate interest agreement was submitted to the Commission.
Who could tell us?
I'm going to make an assumption that Mr. DeStefano or Mr. Mendenhall or Mr. Denton can.
Thank you. No further questions.
Thank you. Commissioners, any other questions? Okay, Mr. Welborn, any redirect?
Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Okay. Mr. Elisagi, we appreciate your joining us long distance. Thank you for your testimony. And you may step down or wherever it is you step out there. So.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I do want to thank the Commission for affording me the opportunity to testify by video. I very much appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Okay. I think you've all been told, Mr. Don, we're going to try to go 10 to 4 today, and then again, tomorrow we may go a little longer. Since we have a night hearing here tonight, we may just start in the morning and just finish up whenever we finish up tomorrow night. Not really. But I want to go ahead and let's go ahead and get the next witnesses up, and we'll go as far as we can until 4 o'clock.
Mr. Spanos, we'll start with you. Would you state your name for the record, please?
John J. Spanos.
Spanos, I apologize.
Yes.
Should have known better. And by whom are you employed in what capacity, sir?
I'm employed by Gannett Fleming Valuation and Rate Consultants, LLC, and I'm the president.
And did you cause to be prepared direct testimony that was pre-filed in this docket consisting of 10 pages?
Yes, I did.
If I were to ask you the questions contained in your direct testimony today, would your answers be the same?
Yes, they would.
And did you have a Appendix A attached to your direct testimony?
Yes, I did.
And did you also have Exhibits 1 and 2 attached to your direct testimony?
Yes, I did.
Mr. Chairman, we'd ask that Mr. Spanos' direct testimony be copied in the record as if given from the stand, and his Attachment A and 2 exhibits be entered into the record as the next hearing exhibit.
Mr. Spanos, direct testimony will be entered into the record as though given orally from the stand. His Appendix A and Exhibits 1 and 2 will be entered as composite exhibit number 15.
And Mr. Spanos, did you cause to be prepared 39 pages of rebuttal testimony that was pre-filed in this docket?
Yes, I did.
Do you have a correction to that testimony?
I do have one,
I
yes.
see a little orange flag on there. Would you tell us what the correction is?
Yes, on page 35, line 3, the number 15 should be 25.
With that correction that you just gave us, if I were to ask you the questions contained in your rebuttal testimony today, would your answers be the same?
Yes, they would.
And am I correct, there were no exhibits to that rebuttal testimony?
That's correct.
Mr. Chairman, we'd ask that Mr. Spanos' rebuttal testimony be copied in the record as if given orally from the stand.
Mr. Spanos' pre-filed rebuttal testimony as corrected will be entered into the record as though given orally from the stand.
Mr. Spanos, would you?
Mr. Chairman, could I ask that that correction be repeated? I just found the page, I'm sorry.
No problem. Page 35 of the rebuttal, line 3.
Yes, and the second word there is the number 15, that should be changed to 25.
Would you summarize your testimony, Mr. Spanos?
Yes. My direct testimony. The purpose of my testimony is to set forth the results of my review and analyses of the plant and service of Blue Granite Water Company, which was conducted in the process of preparing depreciation studies of the company's water and wastewater plant assets as of December 31, 2018. Depreciation, as applied to depreciable public utility plant, means the loss in service value not restored by current maintenance incurred in connection with the consumption or prospective retirement of utility plant in the course of service from causes which are known to be in current operation. Depreciation rates are affected by service life and net salvage parameters. These parameters are determined based on a combined statistical analysis and informed judgment of each asset class. In the studies that I conducted and that are the basis of my testimony, I used the straight line remaining life method of depreciation with the average service life procedure to develop a recommended depreciation accrual rates. The total annual depreciation is based on a system of depreciation accounting which aims to distribute the cost of fixed capital assets over the estimated useful life of the unit or group of assets in a systematic and rational manner. The determination of annual depreciation accrual rates consists of two phases. In the first phase, service life and net salvage characteristics are estimated for each depreciable group, that is, each plant account or sub-account identified as having similar characteristics. In the second phase, the annual depreciation accrual rates are calculated based on the service life and net salvage estimates determined in the first phase. The service life study consisted of compiling historical data from records related to the company's plant, analyzing these data to obtain historical trends of survivor characteristics, obtaining supplemental information from management and operating personnel concerning the company's practices and plans as they relate to plant operations, and interpreting the above data to form judgments of average service life characteristics. The net salvage characteristics were determined based on informed judgment with regards to the water and wastewater industry and plans of the company. I used a retirement rate method to analyze this service life data. That method is the most appropriate when age retirement data are available because it develops the average rates of retirement actually experienced during the period of study. Other methods of life analysis infer the rates of retirement based on the selected type survivor curve. My depreciation studies indicate that the composite rate for water assets is 4.06% and the composite rate for wastewater assets is 3.32%. In my opinion, the proposed depreciation rates resulting from the completed depreciation studies are reasonable and appropriate because they incorporate the most appropriate service life and net salvage parameters currently anticipated for each of the company's property group investments over their average remaining lives. The annual depreciation accrual rates calculated as of December 31, 2018 can reasonably be applied to the total balance, including net plan additions during the next several years. Rebuttal testimony. My rebuttal testimony responds to the depreciation-related testimony of David Garrett on behalf of the South Carolina Office of Regulatory Staff. ORS witness Garrett proposes a fairly significant change in depreciation expense compared to the company's depreciation studies, due in large part to the change in service lives he is proposing. Another factor contributing to the decreased expense proposed by Mr. Garrett is that he changes the company's recommended net salvage percentages. A large portion of Mr. Garrett's reductions is due to his proposed longer service lives for both water and wastewater plant accounts. Rather than making appropriate determinations and judgments as to which data points should be emphasized, Mr. Garrett's proposed service life estimates are determined using life analysis that is based primarily on mathematical best fit curves. Contrary to this mathematical approach, service life estimates necessarily involve a subjective component that utilizes expert judgment. Regarding Mr. Garrett's net salvage estimates for this case and his claim that the company proposed estimates are excessive, he supported as negative or more negative net salvage estimates in a recent case for a majority of the accounts for which he is proposing net salvage changes in this case. Depreciation rates proposed in my depreciation studies are reasonable and generally utilize less negative net salvage percentages than those used by most water companies. Additionally, the depreciation rates were developed using a consistent, systematic, and rational approach for estimating both service lives and net salvage. In contrast, Mr. Garrett's approach to selecting survivor curves is inconsistent and appears to be results-based. A highly regarded depreciation text written by Wolf and Fitch states that the results of mathematical curve fitting serve as a guide for the analyst and speed the visual fitting process, but the results of the mathematical fitting should be checked visually and the final determination of the best fit be made by the analyst. However, for a majority of the accounts for which Mr. Garrett proposes a different survivor curve, his reasons are purely based on a mathematical approach and does not consider visual curve fitting in his recommendation. Based on his testimony, Mr. Garrett does not disagree with the current 66.67 years is a longer composite average service life than is to be expected from both water and wastewater plant accounts. Given that he has only proposed a longer life than 66.67 for 2 accounts in his testimony. Many accounts have estimated average service lives that are significantly shorter than the 66.67 average service life that the current composite depreciation rate is based. Therefore, a higher composite depreciation rate is supported by all parties. Finally, Mr. Garrett does not disagree that there should be a net salvage component to depreciation rates, as it is expected that there will be costs associated with removing utility assets from service. However, Mr. Garrett arbitrarily reduced the net salvage component for some accounts. When a negative net salvage component is added to the depreciation rates, it will increase the depreciation rates even further than the updated service life estimates. By definition, the net salvage component is part of the recovery of the full service value of an asset. These factors further support the reasonableness of the depreciation rates used by Blue Granite. This concludes my testimony summary.
Mr. DeSendis, would you state your name for the record, please?
Yes, it's Dylan W. DeSendis, D'(ASCENDIS).
By whom are you employed, sir, and in what capacity?
I'm a director at Scott Madden, Inc.
And did you cause to be prepared and pre-filed in this docket 42 pages of direct testimony?
Yes.
If I were to ask you the questions contained in your direct testimony today, would your answers be the same?
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, we'd ask that Mr. DeSendis' direct testimony be copied in the record as if given orally from the stand.
Mr. DeSendis' pre-filed direct testimony will be entered into the record as though given orally from the stand.
Mr. DeSendis, was there an attachment A and Exhibit 1 attached to your direct testimony?
Yes.
That was all that was attached to your direct testimony, right?
That's right.
Okay. Mr. Chairman, we'd ask that Mr. DeSendis' Attachment A and Exhibit 1 be entered as the next hearing exhibit.
Mr. DeSendis' Attachment A and Exhibit 1 will be entered as the hearing exhibit number 16.
And Mr. DeSendis, did you cause to be prepared 72 pages of rebuttal testimony that was pre-filed in this document?
Yes.
If I were to ask you the questions contained in your rebuttal testimony today, would your answers be the same?
They would.
And is there one exhibit attached to your rebuttal testimony?
There is.
Mr. Chairman, we'd ask that Mr. DeSendis' rebuttal testimony be copied in the record as if given orally from the stand.
Mr. DeSendis' rebuttal testimony will be entered into the record as though given orally from the stand.
And we'd ask that Mr. DeSendis' rebuttal exhibit number 1 be entered as the next hearing exhibit.
Mr. DeSendis' rebuttal exhibit will be entered as exhibit number 17.
Mr. DeSendis, would you summarize your direct and rebuttal testimony for the commission, please?
Sure thing. My direct testimony recommends the commission authorize the company an opportunity to earn an overall rate of return between 8.10% and 8.36%. This is based on Blue Granite's parent, Corix Regulated Utilities, Inc.'s capital structure, which consists of 47.09 of debt at an embedded cost rate of 5.73% and 52.91% common equity at my recommended range of common equity cost rates, which was from 10.20% to 10.70%. I derived my 10.20% to 10.70% range of common equity cost rates by applying market-based common equity models such as the discounted cash flow model, or DCF, capital asset pricing model, or CAPM, and risk premium model, or RPM, to a proxy group of publicly traded water utility companies. Applying market-based cost of common equity models to companies comparable in risk to the regulated utilities consistent with the principles of fair rate of return established in Hope and Bluefield U.S. Supreme Court cases, especially the corresponding risk standard, which mandates that an authorized return on a common equity for a utility should be commensurate with the returns on investments in other enterprises with corresponding risks. However, no proxy group of companies can be identical in risk to any single company, including Blue Granite. Therefore, adjustments to the market results of the proxy group may be needed to reflect any risk differences between Blue Granite and the proxy group. Through my selection criteria, I selected 6 water companies with similar risk as Blue Granite. All 6 of those companies was used by Mr. Parcell in his analysis, and 5 of those 6 companies were used by Mr. Rothschild in his analysis. I applied the DCF, the CAPM, and the risk premium to the group of companies, and the indicated results are as follows. The DCF method had an indicated cost rate of 9.03%. The risk premium model had an indicated cost rate of 10.39%, and the CAPM had an indicated cost rate of 9.91%. I then applied the same 3 common equity cost models to a group of 14 non-price regulated companies similar in total risk to the water proxy group. Total risk is the sum of systematic or market risk and non-systematic or diversifiable risk. The screening criteria for my non-regulated proxy group used unadjusted beta as a measure of systematic risk and the residual standard errors of the regression as a measure of the non-systematic risk. If the non-price regulated company passed both criteria, they were included in my group. The indicated ROE by applying the market models to that group was 11.57%. After reviewing the results of the model, I concluded that the indicated ROE was 10.2% before any adjustment for risk differences between Blue Granite and the proxy group. Since all water utilities face similar operating risks such as maintaining water quality, replacing aging infrastructure, high capital intensity, and low depreciation, I focused on size risk to see if there were any differences between Blue Granite and the water proxy group. To determine if there was any risk differences, I relied on a study by Ibbotson Associates and a study by Duff & Phelps, which used 7 measures of company size and related premiums over CAPM results. The 7 measures are as follows. Ibbotson used the market capitalization, and Duff & Phelps used the following measures: average market value, average book value of equity, average market value of invested capital, which is the market value of debt plus the market value of equity, average total assets, average sales, and average number of employees. As shown on Schedule DWD-8, risk premiums in excess of the CAPM results range from 108 to 437 basis points over CAPM results. In order to be conservative, I recommended a 50 basis point size adjustment. Applying the 50 basis point size adjustment to the 10.20 ROE based on the proxy group results in an indicated ROE of 10.7%. I then conclude that as a reasonable range of ROEs applicable to Blue Granite would be 10.20 to 10.70%. That concludes my direct testimony. My rebuttal testimony updates my recommended range of common equity cost rates to 9.75% to 10.25%, reflecting current market conditions as of January 17, 2020. This results in a range of overall cost of capital between 7.86% and 8.12%. My rebuttal testimony respectfully disagrees with Mr. Parcells and Mr. Rothschild's recommended common equity cost rates, but does note that Mr. Parcells' recommended range of ROEs overlaps my updated recommended range of ROEs from 9.75% to 10%. Even though our ROE ranges overlap, I do take exceptions to several input to Mr. Parcells' ROE analysis, which include his undue weighting of DCF results. His use of the geometric mean market return is not appropriate for cost of capital purposes, as it doesn't reflect variance or risk of the market return, which is proven to be random based on measures of serial correlation. His failure to use the empirical CAPM or ECAPM in his CAPM analysis causes his CAPM analysis not to reflect the empirical studies that show the flattening of the security market line in which low beta stocks perform better than predicted based on the CAPM and high beta stocks perform poorer than predicted by the CAPM. His failure to use projected interest rates, despite the prospective nature of the cost of capital, his misapplication of the comparable earnings model, and his failure to reflect the unique risks of Blue Granite over and above the range of indicated results generated by his proxy group. I have corrected his results throughout my testimony and came up with a range from my corrected results in between 10% and 10.60%. I then respond to Mr. Rothschild's direct testimony and address his interpretation of current and expected market conditions. Again, his undue weighting and misapplication of his constant growth and non-constant growth DCF models, his application of the CAPM, and his financial risk adjustment. And that concludes my testimony summary.
Answer any questions of council or commission.
Thank you. Okay, cross-examination. We'll go a little out of order. Mr. Kendry. While I had it in the front lobe of my brain,
I was afraid you were going to do that. Could you explain, Mr. DeSensis, the allocation from your sample group or the 6 companies that you elected and how you applied those regional profits or gains in those utilized by those companies and how you applied that to the York County businesses?
My study pretty much it applies market models to the DCF, the CAPM, and the risk premium to that group of 6 companies, and that derives an expected return on equity for a water investment, and then I make adjustments for size to get a return applicable to Blue Granite. I have not broken it down to specific jurisdictions within Blue Granite, so I don't know if I can answer your question.
To the point that regionally, I think there were, as Mr. Rickett pointed out in his testimony for York County, there was 3 California companies and 3 regional northeastern companies in your sample group. Is that right?
Let me take a look at it. That is kind of accurate. So American Waterworks is a nationwide company, even though it's located in Pennsylvania.
Yes.
Same with I was going to say Aqua America, but they're not a part of ours, not a part of the proxy group. But yeah, that's about right. That specification is right. That American Waterworks is pretty much the only one that would have something all over the country.
The concern that Mr. Rickett expressed, and perhaps if I'm hearing you correctly, you don't take into effect or into account, excuse me, the regulatory frameworks of the regions where your sample companies are from. You simply are narrowly looking at size of the company for comparison's sake.
That's not true.
Okay.
Okay. So when you look at the jurisdictional rate bases of, say, Blue Granite, you do take into account specific risks, as I said, size, but also regulatory risk. Now, I do go into that in a little bit of detail in my direct testimony. That shows that there is a cause for concern in the South Carolina Commission due to regulatory risk. And it's from page 36 through 38. Basically it reviews, and I'll read from page 38, and it's about the regulatory environment that is perceived in South Carolina. And I'll read from the first line. It says, Regulatory Research Associates ranks South Carolina as average 3 from an investor viewpoint. Even though the South Carolina regulatory environment is seen to be average by RRA, which is Regulatory Research Associates, its rating has been downgraded twice in recent years, from average 1 to average 2 in October 3rd, 2017, and average 2 to average 3 on 8/7/2018. Now, the August 18 downgrade was a result of a federal court's denial of South Carolina Electric and Gas request for a stay of the legislatively required $367 million rate reduction. While this uncertainty surrounding the regulatory in South Carolina is not specific to either water utilities or direct commission action, the General Assembly's interference in commission matters is concerning and should be accounted for in the investor required return.
So perhaps my question was afield of what I was concerned about. From a regulatory or environmental standpoint, are the regulations for water quality more stringent in the Northeast than in South Carolina?
I don't know the answer to that, and I would defer that to Mr. Mendenhall.
Are they more stringent in California than in South Carolina?
I'm a cost of equity witness, and I don't know any of these.
Sure you are. And so that was the point of my question, that if you're analyzing a South Carolina company in comparison to Northeastern and Western companies where the regulations may have an impact on cost and profit, how do you account for that in your South Carolina study?
It's pretty easy when you take an average of the Eastern and Western and nationwide companies like American. You take an average, you assume that it's an average regulatory climate across, and then you adjust for the South Carolina regulatory jurisdiction.
Like an appraisal. You adjust upwards or downwards depending on the average that you assign.
Yeah, that's the long and short of it, yes.
And did you do that here?
I did. I took the average and then I adjusted. But the bottom of my range is the unadjusted number. So the unadjusted number would be, in this case, 1075. And the
overlap region?
Yeah, so 975 to 1025 is my range. The overlap region is 975 to 10. But but the 1025 is the adjusted for size and for regulatory risk.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kendry. Okay, we've reached 4 o'clock, so we're gonna break now. Just reminding gentlemen that you are remaining under oath, so you don't have to talk to anybody you don't want to till tomorrow when we come back. And in fact, it would probably be illegal. So, and that's probably a good thing. We will begin tomorrow at 10 o'clock, and we are adjourned.